Africa for convening this year's African IGF. It is a privilege to address you today in beautiful Addis and open the third edition of the what we call Regional IGF Parliamentary Track alongside the African Regional Initiative. In fact, you're meeting today in the historic Africa Hall, one of Addis Ababa landmarks in which the Charter of the Organization of African Unity was adopted. To the newcomers, I would like to warmly welcome you to the IGF space. And to all others, thank you for your continuous and valuable contribution to our forum. As a meeting participant, panelist, expert, or as an advocate of digital advancements in your respective parliament. In today's globalized world, data does not have borders. We are fully aware that existing legislative regulatory frameworks at national and regional levels are often insufficient to keep up with the pace of change in technology. However, the effective use and sharing of data can help overcome shared challenges. Through this year's focus of the Regional Parliamentary Track, we would like to encourage parliamentarians to proactively collaborate with fellow members, government, private sector, and civil society representatives, as well as experts from the technical community. We should also strive for greater coherence on a regional and global level to take truly full advantage of opportunities derived from a blooming digital economy and achieve a balanced approach in which data work for and not against people. As mentioned, data governance is an international matter. Frameworks such as the African Union's Data Policy Framework have paved the way for a common continental approach, shaping debates about more equitable data governance practices and deriving strategic value for sustainable development from African data. As Africa continues to deepen economic integration through initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade area, it becomes indeed more critical to harmonize data governance standards across countries. Distinguished members of parliament, the governance of data in Africa is not merely a technical or legal matter, it is a fundamental pillar for the continent's development and future. It is imperative that we implement data governance practices that protect citizens' rights, promote economic growth, and ensure that no one is left behind in the digital era. Multi-stakeholder networks are essential in understanding the complexities of the digital world, and I encourage you to leverage platforms like the IGF to engage with local, regional, and global actors. Get engaged at your national Internet Governance Forum. Mobilize your parliamentary committee and bring back useful resources to your parliament that could inform the legislative process. While we're waiting today at the regional level, I take this opportunity to invite you all to the global IGF, which is going to take place in Riyadh from the 15th to the 19th December 2024. It is of utmost importance that Africa's interests are significantly elevated to the international stage. And I count on you to advocate for policies, rules, and regulations that matter to the continent. The artwork that you can see in the Africa Hall is divided into 3 parts, which tell the story of Africa then and now, and Africa now and in the future. Let's use this spirit to guide us in our collaborative work to further promote the digital journey of Africa. I thank you very much and wish you a productive meeting and inspiring discussions. Thank you very much. I would now kindly ask Maktar to provide some opening remarks on behalf of UNECA. Thank you.
Thank you, Celine, and good morning to all of you, all distinguished members of the Parliament from Africa. On behalf of UNECA, I would like to welcome you here at this Africa Hall. We have a lot of history behind this Africa Hall. It is the first place we have this meeting for African Union, Organization on African Nation. Today, it is a very important day for the parliamentarian. Why? Africa is a one continent with a youth population now, 40% under 25 years. And how we can use this digital technology to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal as well as the Agenda 2063. Despite several progress in the continent, since we have IGF in 2005, several progress have been made by member states in terms of mobile penetration. Almost 80% of mobile penetration. Mobile money. We develop a lot of infrastructure across the continent. We have a stimulation of innovation across several countries like Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, and Egypt. But we are facing a lot of challenge. First challenge is the connectivity. We have now at 37% people connected. Means 63% of our population are offline. Second, we have this digital divide, not only between men and women, 10%, but between rural citizens and people living in the rural area, and between also African countries. Third, the issue of affordability. The cost of ICT services are very expensive in Africa compared to the rest of the world. Four, we are facing a lot of challenge in terms of cyber security, cyber crime, terrorism. And now today, the cyber security costs 10% to the African GDP. Another point very important, we have a challenge. It is almost 500 million of our population live without any form of identity, any legal form of identity. They are not part of the statistic. They are not part of the digital information. They are not part of the law and rule regulation by members of parliament. And we have also the AI revolution. Of course, AI revolution become with a lot of opportunity for African countries. The global market is estimated by 2030, $15.3 billion. And Africa, $15.10 trillion. And African country can take $1.2 trillion. But how we can take this opportunity? We need to overcome to all this challenge. We talk about data governance, very important. We already approved last year the Africa Data Governance Framework, as well as the AI, African Union AI strategy, all based on the AU Digital Transformation Strategy 2020 to 2030. But what we need to do at the country level as parliamentarian to make sure African country can take benefits of this new emerging innovation. First, you have the responsibility to adopt law and regulation at your respective country level. For parliamentary, I think we count on you to put in place the right regulation for this emerging technology for AI. In almost African countries, the regulation focus on telecommunication service. How we use the broadband, how we provide the telecom in the rural area, how we connect to the rural area, but not on the emerging technology. It is where I think we as African parliamentarians should have a deep discussion Because the issue is if we put a drastic regulation, we are going to kill the innovation, and we need the innovation for the continent. And the African Parliament are to make a very good reflection, a deep reflection, how we can have a better regulation for this emerging technology, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, nanotechnology. It is one of key challenge for the parliamentarian. Also, how we can change the law at the country level to improve, to involve private sector is the development of infrastructure. We need to develop infrastructure. When you talk about digital technology, the connectivity is very low. We need to develop the infrastructure in all areas at the country level, and government alone can't do it. We need the contribution of the private sector. Of course, we have to change the role and regulation in several countries in order to make the private sector to be involved in this development of the infrastructure. Also, we talk about 4th industrial revolution. We need to look at what kind of skills we need. We need to regulate these skills at the continental level, at the parliamentarian level. What kind of skills we need for Africa to be key actor, not consumer in this 4th industrial revolution. Another point, very important, we talk about the issue of security. The Sahel region are confronted with a lot of problems on security. It's not in all Africa. You can go, we have Boko Haram, we go North Africa, and we need, and also this cyber terrorism use this technology. What kind of regulation we can put in place to ensure the security of using technology in the continent? It is a role of the parliamentarian. And now we talk about cyber diplomacy. Yeah, we need to build the capacity of our parliamentarian to be at the same level as a continent to discuss on the issue of cyber diplomacy. Now the world is not just using gun. No, it is we use digital technology. We need this capacity building on cyber diplomacy, and the parliament have a very important role to play. Another point also very important for member of parliament is to see how we can have this e-governance, this good governance through digital technology. How we can facilitate access to the citizen, to the government service. How Parliament can use also this digital technology to improve their daily work, to access to the need of the population, to make sure we have this election fair and transparency in all African countries. And we have a lot of things to do for the parliamentarian, and our parliamentarians are playing a key role in the development of the digital technology in Africa. Your role is very important. And I think today it is an event where we have opportunity to see your view, to exchange ideas. Some countries are doing better, some not, and to see how we can work together, all Africa, to come up with one voice, sort out all issues we are facing on this digital era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maktar, for your opening remarks. I would kindly ask Honorable Negeri Lencho, Chairman of the Committee of Human Resources Development, Labor and Technology Affairs in Ethiopia, to please provide the remarks. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. First of all, I would like to say very good morning to you all. On behalf of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, House of People's Representatives and the Standing Committee on Human Resource Development, Labor and Technology Affairs, I would like to welcome you all African parliamentarian brothers and sisters representatives of different regional and global institutions and organizations, and honorable guests to the beautiful capital city of Ethiopia, and also the political center of Africa, Addis Ababa, actually your second home as well, to attend this important forum. እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ. A warm welcome to you all. The African Internet Governance Forum is dedicated to fostering exchanges within the region on relevant digital policy topics. This regional parliamentary track is organized alongside the African Internet Governance Forum to strengthen the participation of parliamentarians in discussion on some of the most pressing issues related to the use, evolution, and the governance of the internet-related digital technologies. As you all know, parliamentarians play a significant role in and a replaceable role in setting legal and regulatory frameworks, directives, proclamations, and policies. These instruments are crucial to foster the practical implementation of programs and projects that can directly benefit the community. The endorsement of such legal and regulatory frameworks can be fostered if we set up forums that can equip participants with the necessary understanding of internet governance and related technological aspects. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in Ethiopia, several strategies, legal and regulatory frameworks, and the STI policy have been endorsed by the Parliament in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Innovation and Technology and other relevant ministries to support the national digital development efforts. To present one case here, it is now the 5th year since Ethiopia has started working on the implementation of the National Digital Transformation Strategy called Digital Ethiopia 2025. The implementation of the strategy enabled us to liberalize the telecom sector, and accordingly, one additional internet service provider has come to this big market of more than 130 million people. This enables Ethiopia to be the second biggest market in Africa with more than 80 million mobile voice subscribers and more than 50 million data and internet users. This is remarkable progress due to a tangible government service delivery program shift with more than 700 online government services. Mobile money is advancing very quickly, and recently, the electronic money transaction has exceeded the amount of traditional transaction. More than 3 trillion Ethiopian birr has been wired through the electronic transaction medium. This is very significant for parliamentarians since we are very close to measuring such impacts, and we are also keen to clearly understand the meanings in terms of policy directions. Though the impacts are vividly changing citizens' quality of life, it is possible to maximize internet benefits much more than those obtained so far. Particularly, we Africans should come together through such forums and set applicable directions such that Africa can benefit fairly from the global internet development. This is the right platform that will enable us to share best practices that can be implemented at the national and continental level. At this age of digital development, there is one crucial resource that is exponentially growing in size and dimensions. This crucial resource is data. In this regard, the designation of these forums track with the title Parliamentarians' Contribution to Effective Data Governance on the African Continent is the right choice to facilitate a timely discussion. Just to share with you an Ethiopian case, we have developed the National Data Governance Directives to guide the national data development. Our parliament also endorsed the Personal Data Protection Proclamation, the E-Transaction Proclamation, the Computer Crime Proclamation, and many others to support the national digital and data development. This is an illustrative example to demonstrate parliamentarians' contribution to effective data governance. Since our role is mainly on the endorsement of legal and regulatory frameworks, such platforms are expected to equip parliamentarians with advanced and internet-affiliated approach and mechanisms to enhance the contribution of parliamentarians to effective data governance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is, as has been widely reported, the digital divide is one of the critical challenges that hinder the wider accessibility of internet benefits, inclusivity to all citizens. In this regard, device affordability is one of the critical reasons for the mentioned digital divide. Without smart devices, access to data is going to be very limited. This makes data accessibility a function of an affordable device. Since data accessibility is one of the dimensions of data governance, the implication depicts the correlation between device affordability and data governance. Therefore, by setting direction for this practical problem, we parliamentarians can contribute to fair and inclusive data accessibility, in particular in data governance at large. This can demonstrate the role we can play in data governance. Accordingly, we can further identify similar challenges, and we have to demand the global community give due emphasis to addressing this challenge. The world cannot be the best place for all unless we make digital divides inclusively affordable to all citizens. Therefore, we have to use this platform to identify all data governance related challenges and to set potential solutions. This forum shall also give us the chance to explicitly identify the challenges that hinder Africa from the benefit of internet development and shall also indicate the potential measures to counter the challenge. The issue of data governance and the concerns of Africa on the agendas of the Global Digital Compact shall also be explicitly identified by this forum. As parliamentarians, we have to internalize these challenges and the corresponding measures to reflect on global stage, including the upcoming 19th Internet Governance Forum, IGF 2024, that will be held in December 2024 in Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. African voices shall be heard on such a stage and shall also be shared by the global community for lasting solutions. At this point, I would like to thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, for successfully organizing this forum. I would also like to thank His Excellency Dr. Yushruna Alemayo, State Minister of the Federal Ministry of Innovation and Technology, for the commitment and dedication demonstrated to support the organization of the forum. My thanks also go to the Ministry of Innovation and Technology of the Federal and all parties pertaining with UNECA and contributing to the forum. Wishing you all a fruitful discussion in this track and in all other sessions of the forum. I would like to welcome you all once again to the beautiful Addis Ababa for this important forum. I heartfully invite you to extend your stay to experience the vibrant new flower of Addis Ababa and to explore the exuberant city destination. Have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lensho, for your very inspiring opening remarks and also for having joined us together with your colleagues today at our parliamentary track. I would now like to ask Adil Suleiman to provide his opening remarks. He's Senior Policy Officer in the Information Society Division at the African Union Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director Celine. You've done a wonderful job. Thank you. Dr. Maktar Sek, UN Economic Commissioner for Africa. Honorable Negri Lenshu, Federal Parliamentary Assembly of Ethiopia. Honorable delegates and guest speakers, all protocol observed. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I'm pleased and honored to welcome the African Member of Parliaments to this year's track. I stand here today with pride for the considerable blossoming of the African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance, APNIC, ever since its launching on July 19th, 2022. Indeed, APNIC is instrumental in advancing Africa's digital information transformation journey aimed at socioeconomic growth and inclusivity, which is currently encountering several hurdles, including digital divide, cybersecurity threat, automation impacts on job, data sovereignty and privacy, reliance on foreign technology, skills gap, regulatory barriers, and socio-cultural effects. To realize its integration agenda, Africa is striving to achieve the largest free trade zone in the world, which would require more connectivities, free flow of information, electronic payment, and cross-border transactions. The digital era brings to the forefront the indispensable role of data in crafting policies for socio-economic advancement, presenting Africa with the prospect of a sustainable and inclusive future shaped by data-driven decisions. The increasingly digital and data-driven information society also comes with new risks and challenges, and therefore the African IGF multi-stakeholder groups, with the assistance of APNIC, would have to recommend new rules that would generate trust, protect and secure data across the entire value chain, particularly for the vulnerable and marginalized groups, including children, women, the elderly, and the physically and mentally challenged people. Africa is determined to be a crucial player in championing digital transformation, to propel socioeconomic development, and to play a key role in ultimately shaping the world digital future by closing the digital divide, data innovation divides. The youthful continent of Africa is well positioned to carry the mantle and be one of the leaders in transforming our society and economies through mainstreaming digital technology in her development policy agenda in order to fast-track the attainment of the AU Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In preparation for the Summit of the Future, Africa and the African Union stewardship produced common positions towards an open, free, and secure digital future for all. These positions have been eloquently articulated in the African Digital Compact and the Continental AI Strategy. This framework was developed by multi-stakeholder groups representing Africa actors in the digital space. They are development-oriented with specific commitments that are measurable, time-bound, with ownership of objectives clearly assigned. I am pleased to announce that both frameworks were formally endorsed by the AU Summit of Head of States and Government held in July of this year. The African Digital Compact addressed indigenous challenges pertaining to digital infrastructure and universal access, promoting of digital literacy, skill development, leveraging digital technology for green, resilient, and inclusive sustainable development, fostering digital economy and innovation, ensuring cybersecurity and data protection, enhancing safety and trust, promoting the development of applications of artificial intelligence, supporting privacy and digital rights, and strengthening digital governance and cooperation. Equally important, Africa responds to the emergence of artificial intelligence, AI, which will have a profound impact on people's personal and professional lives. For Africa, huge opportunity can arise from the adoption of AI-enabled solutions and systems to address some of its lasting development challenges and promote homegrown solutions to stimulate economic growth and sustainable development towards the realization of the priorities contained within the AU Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It is well noted that AI can also cause disruptions to the labor market, privacy, safety, peace and security, social fabrics, economics, and geopolitics, necessitating the development of global standards and agile regulations that can ensure ethical use of an application of AI in Africa and beyond. The Continental AI Strategy attempts to respond to the threat, as well as creating the enabling environment for the AI to unlock the full potential of digital technology for socio-economic development. Africa is concerned about the potential risk presented by AI in widening the digital divides between countries from the global north and the global south, as AI capacity, data sets, and infrastructure are currently under the control of a few. The AI strategy calls for the international community to apportioning AI resources and capabilities fairly and equitably, and call for a balanced global AI governance that considers the principles of impartiality and solidarity among countries and regions to promote level playing field for accessing AI capabilities for all. Allow me to reiterate the commitment of the African Union Commission to continue working with UNDESA, ECA, GIZ, and all the relevant institutions and agencies to facilitate the multi-stakeholder implementation plan of the African Digital Compact and the Continental AI Strategy as pathways for a free and secure digital future of our continent and beyond. The African IGF family is super excited about the prospect of your ongoing and future engagements in the IG and digital governance spaces. I have no doubt that the African IGF family is now more stronger, having you contributing and playing a key role in this multi-stakeholder process. Let us strive to bring other key stakeholder constituents along, such as African diplomats and business leaders. I would like to thank our friends at ECA, UNDESA, and Ethiopia for the continuing collaboration on this important initiative. This event will inform the global IGF process to be held in this year in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the voices and positions of Africans will be well represented during the global event. Finally, let me express once again our gratitude to the African Member of Parliament who are here today with us and those joining online. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Adil, for the opening remarks. I would like to thank all the panelists here today for the opening remarks, and I would suggest that we move on to the next session. It is actually a roundtable discussion. We really wanted to get to know you a little bit better. So it's going to be moderated by Maktar. But perhaps before that, I wanted to say a few words about what the IGF is and also what the IGF Parliamentary Track is. So we are a global multi-stakeholder platform that brings various stakeholders together. And what is important to us is that we do bring the technical community, the private sectors, government representatives, including members of parliament, and the civil society together for informed decision-making. And this is where, since 2019, we had our very first parliamentary track. It was at the IGF 2019 in Berlin. And since then, we developed a program really dedicated for members of parliament to bring them in to the discussion of our various forums. We do have the forum at the global level, but we do also have a network of various national and regional IGF initiatives, Africa IGF being one of them. So without any further ado, thank you very much for joining us, and we're going to go to the first session. Thank you so much.
Good morning again. Now we are. Okay, we have 45-minute discussion for this session. And I have the honor to moderate this session. My name is Dr. Maktar Sheikh. I'm leading the section on emerging and frontier technology, innovation, and digital transformation at UNECA. I think we adopted 2 months ago, this global digital compact at the summit of the future. We titled The Future We Want. We adopted in the end of September in New York. And the global digital compact has 5 objectives. The first, it is how to bridge the digital divide. We talk a lot on digital divide. The second objective is to expand the inclusion, to make everybody to be part on this digital era, as well to increase the benefits from this digital era for the well-being of the society. The third point is about cybersecurity, to have a secure digital era. Therefore, it is a data sharing, it's something very important. And the last one, it is a governance of artificial intelligence. All these 5 objectives need to have a sound regulation at the country level, at the sub-regional level. As we know, we have several regional economic community, and also at the continental level. And also at the world level, because we have now several working groups. We have this working group on data governance. We are going to start in January. We have all the countries in the world, and we selected 4 countries by continent in this data governance working group. And now I'm going to give the floor to each of you. Each of you to tell us your reflection and how far going the reform in your country to put in place a sound regulatory framework for the digital era in order to take advantage of all opportunity provided by this digital technology, as well as to bridge some challenge. We talk about a lot of artificial intelligence. We have ethical issue also we have to look at. We have the issue of social media, the chat GPT, all this issue, I think this misinformation, because it is something we found in a lot of countries. Now we have a lot of media, we open the access to the media and people can share any information, any wrong information every day. And we need to regulate this. And I'm going to give the floor first to Honorable Coronet. Bon, Coronet, je vais vous donner la parole en premier pour nous parler de tes impressions, de ce qui se passe au niveau du Niger et en fonction des défis mondiaux qui sont apparus avec l'adoption du pacte numérique au mois de septembre dernier. Quelles sont les perspectives pour le développement de la régulation au niveau du Niger et aussi comment tu vois la collaboration que le Niger peut faire avec d'autres parlements pour arriver à une réglementation plus efficace et plus efficiente du secteur des technologies numériques. Honorable Coronet, you have the floor.
Merci, bonjour. Je m'appelle Coronet Massani, je suis du Niger. Je suis membre fondateur de notre réseau des parlementaires Afrique APNIC, qui a été créé, lancé à Lilongwe au Malawi, présidé par notre cher Nema. Donc, pour parler un peu du Niger, je vous remercie, Maktar, de me donner cette occasion, parce qu'il y a une nouvelle dynamique aujourd'hui au Niger. Comme vous le savez, il y a un tournant historique dans notre pays qui fait que le Niger, le Burkina Faso et le Mali travaillent ensemble. Et rien que la semaine dernière, lors de la semaine d'Internet au niveau du Burkina, les trois pays ont décidé de créer un roaming, de faire en sorte qu'il n'y a plus de barrières. Les numéros de téléphone de n'importe quel opérateur des trois pays passent dans tous les pays. Au niveau national, à partir du 24, il y aura une semaine qui sera dédiée à l'intelligence artificielle dans notre pays, où tous les acteurs seront concernés. Et le nouveau gouvernement a pris des mesures aujourd'hui pour faire en sorte que notre pays ne soit pas en retard par rapport à beaucoup de stratégies, que ce soit la gestion de données, le big data. Il y a actuellement, depuis presque un an, un centre de données qui est en construction. Il y aura donc toutes les structures de l'État qui vont être protégées par rapport... Vous savez aussi que le terrorisme chez nous, c'est un problème. En tout cas, quand on a parlé du terrorisme tout à l'heure dans la présentation de M. Maktar, je me suis senti très concerné parce que nous avons beaucoup de Boko Haram du côté du Nigeria, JNIM du côté du Mali, les trois frontières du côté du Mali et du Burkina. Ce terrorisme nous atteint. Il arrive même des moments où c'est eux-mêmes qui coupent Internet dans certaines sous-régions de notre pays. Ils sabotent les installations, ils sabotent les infrastructures, ce qui fait que depuis presque un an, le gouvernement a pris des dispositions pour créer des brigades de surveillance de toutes les infrastructures critiques du pays, que ce soit dans le domaine des nouvelles technologies ou dans tout autre domaine.
Monsieur Colonel, vous pouvez vous rapprocher du micro.
Donc, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, le Niger a pris une décision qui va lui permettre de s'intégrer dans toutes les stratégies permettant d'atteindre les objectifs de 2063 et de 2030. Nous avons voulu, avant les événements du 26 juillet qui ont fait un changement de régime dans notre pays, organiser même au niveau sous-régional. Parce que moi, j'étais le coordonnateur du réseau des parlementaires de l'Afrique de l'Ouest avant ces événements. Bon, compte tenu du fait que nos pays se sont retirés de la CEDEAO, on ne peut pas organiser cet événement-là à Niamey. Sinon, on allait faire une réunion, un forum, parce qu'on a fait déjà 2 forums au niveau de notre Parlement pour réunir des parlementaires des pays de la CEDEAO. Voilà ce que je peux dire pour ne pas être trop long. Monsieur Maktar, merci.
Merci beaucoup, honorable Coroner. Vous avez parlé de beaucoup de choses, surtout au niveau de la coupure d'Internet par des personnes externes. Mais aussi, il y a les gouvernements qui coupent Internet et c'est des questions sur lesquelles je pense que les parlementaires doivent réfléchir. Je continue avec Madame Adjaratou Saliou du Bénin. Honorable, le Bénin est en train de faire beaucoup de choses au niveau des technologies émergentes. Vous avez votre stratégie en matière d'intelligence artificielle adoptée. Et vous avez un ministre des Télécoms qui est très dynamique, Marcel Aurélé. Elle est en train de faire beaucoup de choses au niveau de la régulation avec le Parlement. Quels sont vos sentiments et les perspectives avec l'adoption de ce pacte numérique? Quel rôle vous pensez jouer pour plus mettre les technologies au service de la population et au service de l'Afrique?
Merci beaucoup. Et je remercie Madame Céline et toute l'équipe qui a organisé de manière à ce qu'on se retrouve ici. Et je dirais qu'au niveau du Bénin, nous avons une avancée majeure en ce qui concerne le numérique en général. Déjà en 2020, et une loi est déjà votée dans le sens de la communication pour réguler la communication. Cette loi a évolué et au fur et à mesure des contextes et du temps, mais ce qu'il convient de retenir à cette date d'aujourd'hui, c'est que nous avons voté au Bénin 3 lois importantes et sur le numérique et sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Alors, il y a la loi 2014. La loi 2014 est votée pour donner un cadre législatif au numérique. Et elle a évolué en 2017 pour une révision, pour la conformité avec notre constitution, et elle a évolué. Aujourd'hui, nous avons la loi de 2017 sur le code portant sur le code du numérique en République populaire, en République du Bénin, qui est un texte législatif majeur qui vise à encadrer l'utilisation des technologies de l'information et de la communication, l'éthique. Le Bénin, comme de nombreux pays, connaît une transformation numérique rapide. Cette loi permet d'adapter le cadre juridique à cette réalité. Il y a la loi qui protège également les citoyens en matière de cybercriminalité et de la protection des données personnelles et le commerce électronique. Du point de vue du développement économique, en offrant un cadre juridique clair et sécurisé, cette loi favorise le développement de l'économie numérique et attire les investisseurs. Ce que nous pouvons retenir sur les principaux points et que je viens de citer, il y a la protection des données instaure un régime de protection qui réglemente, qui est le règlement général sur la protection des données. La loi sur la cybercriminalité définit les infractions liées à la cybercriminalité et prévoit les sanctions pénales. Nous avons la loi de 2024. Cette loi qui est en cours en ce moment et qui a mis sur pied le code du numérique. Nous avons le Bénin, je veux dire que le Bénin a déjà le code du numérique. Nous avons déjà un code du numérique. Et ce code aujourd'hui, nous sommes à un stade où on se demande si il ne faut pas revoir ce code parce que ce code étant voté en 2017 a connu quand même une évolution majeure. Il y a les articles qui méritent d'être vus pour tenir compte de l'évolution aujourd'hui du numérique et surtout avec l'introduction de l'intelligence artificielle. Alors, nous en sommes là en ce moment. C'est pour dire que le Bénin a fait une avancée majeure avec la création des lois et qui régularisent, qui dotent le Bénin d'un code numérique et qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, en Afrique de l'Ouest, et en ce qui concerne le vote des lois, nous sommes, si nous ne sommes pas premiers, enfin, nous sommes très avancés. Alors, en résumé, la loi 2020-35 est une adaptation qui vient compléter et préciser le code numérique. Alors, pour conclure, c'est que aujourd'hui au Bénin, et avec cette avancée majeure, tout n'est pas aussi parfait de sorte, nous avons des défis. Les défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés, c'est faire en sorte que la fracture, comme vous l'avez tout à l'heure énuméré, avec la couche, c'est-à-dire les populations rurales, soient vraiment réduites. Parce qu'il y a une différence. En matière de couverture, nous avons fait un gros effort. Aujourd'hui, plus de 65%. Nous connaissons plus de 65% de couverture sur le plan national. Et il n'en demeure pas moins que dans les zones rurales, un effort doit être fait pour que ce gap qui est entre les zones couvertes soit rattrapé. Et la couverture comment je peux l'exprimer, les momos, les services étatiques sont également, ont fait un pas de géant. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons la matérialisation des services qui rapprochent l'administration des administrés. Aujourd'hui, au Bénin, pour faire sa carte d'identité, pour faire son casier judiciaire, pour avoir accès à un certain nombre de services, on n'a pas besoin de bouger de chez soi pour le faire. De chez soi, vous pouvez même aujourd'hui créer une entreprise, rien qu'en ligne, toutes les dispositions légales sont réunies pour le faire. Donc aujourd'hui, la seule chose qui reste à faire, parce que comme les pays voisins, nous sommes aussi menacés par le terrorisme. Et heureusement qu'au Bénin, nous arrivons encore, ce phénomène-là est combattu et merci. On n'a pas connu des cas vraiment d'attaque et il n'en demeure pas moins que le numérique, le numérique permet de veiller, en fait, de rattraper et de contrôler cette tendance du terrorisme. Alors, les dispositions sont prises. Récemment, il est organisé au niveau des femmes du Bénin parce que nous avons considéré que le terrorisme trouve sa place en général à travers les femmes. Et les femmes aujourd'hui sont mises à contribution et par la sensibilisation et tout ce qui peut contribuer à juguler à éveiller les consciences et à sensibiliser les couches pour faire face au terrorisme. Donc, en conclusion, je voudrais résumer pour dire que si tout n'est pas parfait, nous avons fait des avancées majeures au Bénin et que nous pouvons en tirer satisfaction et qu'au niveau du Parlement, nous continuons de travailler et nous sommes heureux d'être ici pour partager l'expérience des autres qui nous permet d'aller de l'avant et de faire partager notre expérience. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, honorable, pour votre intervention. Je crois que le Bénin est en train de faire de belles choses qu'il peut partager avec les pays de la sous-région. Parce que pour la numérisation des services administratifs, on est là-bas, on est actuellement en train de vous appuyer au niveau du pays. Maintenant, je vais passer à honorable Safari de DRC de Congo, République démocratique du Congo. Je sais que vous êtes très actif au niveau de IGF et le Congo est un vaste pays. Et nous, d'ailleurs, on l'a retenu, on va travailler sur la gouvernance des données. C'est un des pays que nous avons retenu pour travailler avec eux sur la gouvernance des données cette année, non, à partir de l'année prochaine. Donc, quelles sont vos impressions et les défis et aussi les perspectives, surtout au niveau avec l'adoption du pacte numérique et surtout la question de la gestion des données qui est un défi pour la RDC. Honorable, vous avez la parole.
Merci. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier tous les cadres, toute l'équipe de AGF, du secrétariat, pour tout l'appui technique qui nous ont fait en sorte qu'on puisse participer aux différentes étapes. Je suis dans ce processus d'AGF, je pense, j'ai commencé avec Berlin en 2019, effectivement. Mais cette année-ci, j'ai eu au moins à participer à chaque échelon, depuis le niveau national, régional et continental, et bientôt au niveau global. C'est quelque chose qui m'a permis de voir réellement une approche différente. Là, on appelle les personnalités des différents domaines de venir échanger sur un point. Parce qu'avant, on pensait que, vous savez, nous venons d'un pays, un pays qui est en guerre, où on a des priorités qui sont tout d'abord autres, qui sont sur la sécurité. Mais comme vous savez, le monde est un village où l'Internet, le numérique ne s'arrête pas d'avancer. Et je disais souvent à mes compatriotes que le monde ne va pas attendre que le Congo soit en paix pour commencer à la révolution numérique. Et le Congo étant l'un des grands acteurs du numérique, de la révolution numérique, de par d'abord les matériels qui devront entrer dans la révolution numérique. Et c'est un acteur qui réellement doit être présent dans ce genre de débats et de discussions. Nous, au niveau du Congo, nous avons plusieurs lois que nous avons mis en place. D'abord, il y a la loi sur les télécoms que nous avons eu à réviser, mais il y a aussi la loi, il y a aussi le code du numérique. Mais comme je vous l'ai dit, nous sommes, étant un pays en guerre, tout était surtout focalisé sur l'aspect sécuritaire. Et nous avons eu à voir que les organes qui ont eu à élaborer ces lois, parce qu'au niveau de l'élaboration des lois, il y a plusieurs sources. Ça peut se faire au niveau du Parlement, mais ça peut venir, et l'initiative peut aussi y venir du gouvernement. Et ces différentes lois ont eu plus d'aspects sécuritaires que plutôt que la promotion du numérique. Mais grâce aux différentes personnalités, aux nouveaux élus que nous avons au Parlement, surtout qui viennent de la jeunesse, nous sommes dans un processus de voir comment recadrer ces lois, les modifier pour non seulement ajouter l'aspect de la promotion du numérique en tant qu'un outil réellement du développement. Et pour cela, nous avons eu aussi à avoir une opportunité avec la création de l'Agence du développement du numérique qui va nous aider justement à promouvoir, à donner un autre angle de vue au niveau du gouvernement pour voir que, pour les faire comprendre que le numérique est un outil, un levier très important du développement et qu'on ne doit pas voir tout ce qui est technologique sur l'aspect juste et sécuritaire ou répressif. Mais une bonne chose que nous avons eu à expérimenter, c'est que depuis le cycle électoral est passé, et peu importe les situations qui se sont passées au Congo, il n'y a eu aucune coupure de l'Internet. Jusqu'à présent, c'est quelque chose au moins que nous saluons. Et malgré la situation que nous traversons, malgré les difficultés, malgré les manifestations qui se passent, nous n'avons eu jusqu'à présent expérimenté aucune coupure de l'Internet. Donc, c'est quelque chose que nous encourageons et ça démontre qu'au niveau du sommet du pouvoir, au moins cette volonté, elle est là. Et cette volonté, elle est là. Et ce qui reste maintenant, c'est d'avoir une équipe autour avec les compétences requises. Et quand moi je viens ici, c'est de voir comment échanger des expériences des différents pays qui, eux, vu qu'ils sont en paix, ils ont le temps de penser plus loin, de penser plus sur les numériques et les développements, notamment nos frères du Nigeria, nos amis du Ghana. Donc, c'est vraiment une expérience enrichissante. Les défis sont énormes, mais nous devrons justement y travailler en partenariat. Dernièrement, nous avons eu à échanger avec une équipe et parmi certains des acteurs du numérique, notamment ceux de l'organisme Paradigme Initiative, avec qui nous sommes attendus que nous allons leur soumettre nos différentes lois du numérique et des télécoms, et eux à de faire quelque sorte une analyse de ces lois et nous proposer des amendements que nous, en tant que parlementaires, nous allons maintenant endosser et soumettre au Parlement pour que l'aspect aussi de la défense des droits puisse aussi être retenu. Mais également aussi, on a eu à parler avec les gens du secteur commercial, du secteur des affaires, lorsque nous avons eu à avoir une réunion dernièrement à Kinshasa, pour qu'eux aussi puissent voir quel est l'aspect en termes, bien sûr, c'est surtout en termes de taxes, en termes de législation, qui puisse leur permettre que réellement les leviers économiques, que les numériques soient aussi un levier économique. Et la grande nouvelle que j'ai, c'est que pour la première fois, je venais souvent très seul dans ce genre de réunions, mais pour la première fois, je pense pour la réunion de Riyad, l'Assemblée nationale de la RDC aura envoyé une délégation de plus ou moins 5 ou 6 parlementaires de notre commission. Donc, ça montre que l'intérêt est en train de venir. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. I think ceci montre l'engagement du gouvernement et du Parlement au niveau du développement des éthiques en RDC. Now I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Mabinti from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a specific country. You have the Minister of ICT is a woman. The Minister of Education, Higher Education and Innovation is a woman also. And they are doing very well in terms of development innovations. They have this digital transformation strategy, and also they have this digital innovation strategy in Sierra Leone. And today we have the pleasure to have one woman from the parliament. I think you are going to follow the same way for this minister, and we need, if you can share your view about the challenge where you are now and the challenge and the perspective in the implementation of the objective of the GDC Global Digital Compact. Over to you.
Good morning. I am Honorable Mabinti Alistila Bangura from Sierra Leone. Of course, Sierra Leone is new to the African IGF. It's new to the African IGF space, but one thing I would say as an overview, as the moderator rightly said, before in Sierra Leone, we had the Ministry of Information and Communication, but with the present government, they separated the two ministries. Now we are having a Ministry of Information, which is separate from the Ministry of Communications and Technology and Innovation. So this is done because we want to create a separate ministry for communications and innovation, because we want to be at par in terms of data protection, in terms of communications across the globe. So one thing I would say, Sierra Leone has a project on digital transformation, because we have a dynamic young minister who is a lady, and she has been working so hard to expand our digital access in Sierra Leone. And also in Sierra Leone, of course, we have not yet enacted a data protection law, but it's on course, and hopefully by the next AIGF, I know we'll come here and tell everyone that Sierra Leone has enacted the data protection law. And in terms of mobile money, I would say, of course, we currently use more of mobile money now than going to the banks in Sierra Leone, because it's easy to access, and you don't need to be going up and down. You just need a nearby point to do your mobile money. So in Sierra Leone, in the area of mobile money, we are doing excellently. And talking about, then in 2013, we enacted a Right to Information Act, because we know that information is key. So we want our citizens to have rights to whatever information in whatever information that government or institutions are having. Because when you have information, when you are informed, it is good for the citizen. It brings development. It develops the mindset of our citizens. So that law was enacted in 2013, as I rightly said, to disclose information held by public authorities or by persons providing services for them, and to provide for other related matters. Then, of course, in 2021 also, we enacted the cybercrime law, which was signed by the president in November 2021. The act provides prevention on the abusive use of computers and a timely and effective collection of electronic evidence for investigation and prosecution of cybercrime. So I would say the situation in Sierra Leone, though we are lagging behind a bit, but I would say in the whole, we are moving forward. We are gradually moving forward in terms of competing with the sub-region. So Sierra Leone is virtually, I would say, digital protection or data protection is not a priority at the moment, because after the elections in 2023, last year, June, we had a tense situation in the country wherein the opposition did not accept the results. And we had a dialogue, and we also had a tripartite committee. So for now, the aim of the government is to unite the people in Sierra Leone. But in as much as we want to unite the people of Sierra Leone, we are not losing sight of the fact that we should be at par in terms of communications, in terms of data policy, in terms of data framework with the sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your experience. Very interesting. Sierra Leone is also our cousin. Yeah, you know, a lot of people of Sierra Leone coming from Senegal. Why you find a lot of Senegalese name in Sierra Leone? Okay, now Lesotho. I think Honorable Mafete, your minister is sharing now the STC on ICT, the AU STC on ICT minister, and also I think you are championing ISOC in your country. And we appreciate your work to bring your minister now in all discussion about the governance of internet across the continent. Tell us about your experience in you have your digital transformation strategy adopted last year, and how far the parliament is moving to make sure everybody will access to the digital technology in the country. And also for the private sector also, your contribution to make sure private sector will be involved according to this GDC adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity of being here. I'd first like to pass on my sincere thanks to Celine for facilitating us being here. APNIG, I'm in partnership. Being a member of partnership, very new to APNIG. Thank you as well for them giving me such an opportunity, including Internet Society Lesotho as well, for helping me being granted this opportunity to be sitting with these honorable members here in front of this panel. In Lesotho currently, as you're saying, we're striding towards inclusivity of this data age. We currently working on reenacting the Data Protection Act, which was last put into place in 2013. So we are on it now, and hopefully the ministry and Parliament itself will be able to come to a conclusion. There are no issues on that. And in terms of cybersecurities and cybersecurity bill and cyber crimes bill, we're having a bit of a challenge currently to enact it. So which is a bit of a challenge for us in terms of everybody, in terms of us complying with whatever the whole world is doing. We're engaging with media fraternities and civil society to try and make sure that it gets into place. And I think it was only now that I was in the School of Internet Governance that it came to me that, you know what, I can talk to my country and say, let us unbundle the two bills so that we can fast track. One bill doesn't have a problem, other bill one, there's a challenge with it, but we're trying to do it. And my hope is that in all that we're doing is that Africa can, as a whole, can eventually enact a law on digital currency so that we can be able to bridge the gap that we're trying to get into right now, where we're trying to trade in the digital space. What our current government has done is that we've built around 20 base stations to try and curb the digital divide that is in the country, because we've got a very small country, so it's easy for us to get across. So what we've done is we've built around 20 base stations in the country to try and reach as much rural areas as we can, mostly schools, where my dream and hope, including the government's hope, is that through the Ministry of Education, through the Ministry of Communications and the Prime Minister himself, that we can eventually build labs so that we're able to get computer and data literacy from a very young age. Yeah, I think, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Now, Malawi. Madam Susan, yeah. Honorable Susan, are you feeling much better now?
Yeah, I'm getting better.
Okay, thank you. I think Malawi now you are doing, you focus a lot on data and digital ID. Even I have a team now working with your government to make sure the adoption. You hear me? No. You hear me now? All right, thanks. I think you are doing very well. You are doing very good job on digital ID and also CRBS. I have a team now currently in the country working with your Minister of Home Affairs to discuss on this digital ID strategy, as well as to develop this dashboard for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And also on digital transformation, you have several laws and regulations in the country. Please share your experience and your challenge and also area of collaboration. I think Malawi can, we have a lot of things, you have a lot of common things between Malawi, Namibia, Botswana, to share. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Susan Dorsey. I'm a member of parliament from Malawi. I am the chairperson for the Media and ICT Committee, as well as a member of the APNIC. First of all, let me thank the organizers and all for the privilege to be at this forum. I don't take it for granted. It is through these forums that as Malawi, we have been able to learn from other countries as well on how far they are doing on this issue on digital transformation. Maybe just a background to mention that Malawi, so far, we have about 6 million internet users, which represents about 30% of the total population. It is not much because at the moment, we are a country with about 20 million people. We have a lot of gaps, but as a country, we are trying to put ourselves together and come up with strategies that can help us to get there. So far, last year in November, we enacted the data protection law, which has really helped us to make sure that the data for the people are protected, the data for the population is protected. I was one of the pioneers for that. I really take a very big role as a committee to make sure that we have this law. So far, we are working on having the cyber crimes and electronic bill to pass in Parliament, as well as the cyber security bills. We believe that with these bills, once enacted, will significantly strengthen our security, national security, protect our digital infrastructure, and also build public trust in the use of information and communication technologies. These two bills reflect our commitment to safeguarding the interests of our citizens and also businesses in the digital age. One way of making sure that we bridge the communications and the gap which is there on the internet issues, Malawi, we are trying to build 193 labs in 193 constituencies. So far, the project, we have managed to do 75. They are not yet ready, but we are believing that by December 2024, those labs will be ready. These labs are being built in the rural areas so that most of the schools, especially the community schools, are connected so that our students should be able to learn, to know about the maybe computers and also internet while they are still at school.
This is a very big project, and this is a big boost to our agenda that we are talking about. On the other issue, also just to mention, as Sierra Leone mentioned, we enacted our Access to Information Act in 2016. We are doing well because we are now focusing on compliance of the institutions in Malawi. We want everyone to be aware of what is happening, especially in the public sector, how the resources that we have are being used, maybe the funds that we collect through the USF, how that money is being used, and we are really doing well on that one. Just to mention that also as Malawi, we have done well on the cybersecurity index, and Malawi has been rated at least we are now at 80%, which is a plus to our agenda as well. We will need more to do more in the part of infrastructure because we are really behind, but we believe that through these forums, we should be able to learn and also see how we can best handle this matter. But otherwise, as Malawi, we are really on track, and we will do better in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing this. Very important. Now, Honorable John Kerry, I think you don't sleep well. you have a short night. And thank you for coming. I think it's very important, and I think you are doing very great job in Kenya. And I have seen the three leading countries together. We have Nigeria, Egypt, and Nigeria. You are leading the innovation in the continent. Yeah, is a missing one is South Africa. Now, congratulations. And also, we need to know, because you did a very good job in the regulation of the mobile money. Yeah. And country need to share your experience. Since now we have a boom of the development of the fintech. I know you did a lot in other sector on digital ID. There is a debate now in Kenya. But can you focus on the mobile money, because everybody talk about mother. It is very important now for African country. Yeah, thank you. Since for the implementation of the AFCTA. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maktar, and I also must thank Celine. And when you say that I might not have had a long night's sleep, I also think Celine might not have had a long night's sleep. Because when I landed at minutes to 4 a.m., she was still up and she was still managing how members are going to get around. I really thank you for your question about mobile money in Kenya. And you will allow me to go beyond the mobile money, because mobile money was instituted in Kenya in 2007. We have had it for that duration of time. And so for us, we are a bit more excited about other newer things, because we want to be known for other things beyond the mobile money. But to your question about this mobile money, one of the biggest learnings from Kenya is how to legislate for new technology, how to legislate and make laws for emerging technology. Now, Kenya took a stance that was not very popular in 2007, which was a wait and see stance. Before we could regulate the mobile money, before we could even define where the regulation will be, whether that regulation is going to be the communication authority or whether it is going to be at the central bank, Kenya first decided to just wait and see the technology develop. And so the technology came, the legislation for the technology came long after the mobile money was in use, but the security of the transactions was being secured with already existing laws. So you can check to see, does the penal code of the country provide some provisions that would secure the space before you go and over-legislate that space? And that is the stance that Kenya took. Now, beyond the mobile money, you talk about leadership in the continent. And leadership comes with its own benefits, it comes with its own responsibilities, but it also comes with its own challenges. And there are great challenges that come with such kind of leadership, as you have put it. People are now venturing into mobile money and wondering how do we work with this. But the lessons that they are learning from Kenya, Kenya had to learn them firsthand. The lessons on security, the lessons on proper placement in the right sector to make sure that you do not stifle technology with over legislation. All these are lessons that we were learning on the go. Now, beyond mobile money, I liked the introduction you gave about the 5 core principles. It is my first time at the IGF, in the Africa IGF, and I'm glad to be part of this whole discussion. And I love the 5 parameters that you set as riverbanks that the river can flow along. And for this, in the time that we have had this discussion on the digital conversation, Kenya has been able to do quite a bit. We have been able to put in legislation. Some of the legislations that happened in the last term, that is between 2017 to 2022, included the review of the copyright law. The copyright law has a lot to do with data and data protection in its own right. Kenya was all able to institute the Kenya Privacy and Data Protection Law. And this law gave rise to the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And these allowed us to be able to even meet the adequacy requirements for data protection. We were also able to put the Kenya Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Law, which is also quite a novel law. In this parliament, only yesterday, I was able to pass in parliament the Kenya Technopolis Bill. Kenya has a mega project known as the Konza Technopolis Development Space, just a few kilometers away from the city. Kenya is trying to develop what you would call an African silicon savanna. But this was sitting in a law that was in an authority. And so we wanted to change the law to allow for that technopolis to exist, but also the institution of other technopolises. Kenya currently is working on a program called the Kenya Digital Master Plan. And this is mega. Some of the things that we intend to do, and we have already started on doing, is 1, to roll 100,000 kilometers of fiber, to institute 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots around the country, in markets, in bus termini, in community areas, 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots. But most fascinating also is that members of parliament, through a development kitty called the National Government Constituency Development Fund, are keen to put up 1,450 digital innovation hubs around the country. 1,450 is a magical number in Kenya because that is the number of the wards in Kenya. Wards are the lowest administrative unit. So Kenya is visioning to institute 1,450 digital innovation hubs in every village in the country. How does this speak to the internet governance? Of course, we're talking about the issue of data representation. If we have digital innovation hubs in the villages, the young people and the participants in these villages become not only collectors of data, they're also collators of data, and they become also organizers of data in an organized and very organic way. Now, the question begs, with all this going on, as a member of parliament, you would ask, then how do you legislate for new development and emerging technology? And I would imagine that that's one of the bigger questions that we shall be seeking to answer here. The learnings from Kenya, one is what I said, there could be places where there's a need for a wait and see. There are other places where you have to jump very quickly and put in legislation. But there are other places where maybe you might have already existing laws that might cover for the provision you're seeking for. But even more importantly, the direction that we are seeing in Kenya is where if you are legislating, you seek for overarching broader laws and not very specific and prescriptive laws. So that becomes a way to go. Now, finally, the challenges, and this is generally to place it on the floor. to my mind, as we are having a conversation around the softer issues, the technology of it, I think Africa will also need to have a big conversation about the brick and mortar, the physical stuff. The distribution of proper data centers in the world today should be a worry for Africa. The fact that we are seeing data centers being instituted in the Northern Hemisphere and very few in the Southern Hemisphere should be a concern for Kenya, for Africa. The concern that was raised by Congo is a critical concern. What is the cost to Africa of this development? How does it speak to the extractive economy that Africa has suffered over the years? It should be a concern to us. There should be also a concern about gadgets and equipment. How many of them are we making? How many of the iPhones and the Samsungs and all these other digital gadgets is Africa making? And which brands are these that we are promoting? And what is stopping us from creating these brands here if the critical raw material is being extracted out of Africa? The question begs, why wouldn't Africa just set up to build these physical gadgets for its for its citizens, and as such reverse the net import character or the net import history of devices? Then you look up into the skies and you ask yourself, we shall be communicating using satellites. We shall be communicating and connecting the world using fiber optic cable. How many of these are being made in Africa? So the challenge I wanted to place on the floor is the question beyond the soft issues, because the soft issues are already being prosecuted. The data representation, the data divide, the digital divide, that is already being prosecuted. How about the installation of the physical brick and mortar that is going to drive this fourth industrial revolution? And I want to end it on a hopeful note. If anyone is keen on setting up a data center, I would invite them to Kenya. In Kenya, not only will you enjoy a good grid of electricity, you shall also find new and clean energy in the form of wind energy. We have good wind farms in Kenya. We are collecting solar. We have a big repository of geothermal energy that could power this revolution. And so I would want to end it with that big invite on a hopeful note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, wonderful. We hear you, and we'll see how we can build from there. Yeah. Now I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Maher, and thank you for your coming, because now you are hosting this AU dialogue on AI, very important, and you come here. Yeah. I think we appreciate a lot. Me also, I have to be there, but I can't because these people. Now, Egypt, I think you can. I don't. But one question I ask you is just to share your experience, because you did a lot in terms of data governance, software development. Egypt is a high standard on regulation. Yeah, share some key examples from Egypt, and we can learn about you.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, I have to start by thanking Celine for all the good work and all the team. Actually, when we talk about Egypt, I think, as most of the people know, Egypt is a very big country and old country. So when you are talking about more than 110 millions and very long history of data, so you know what we are talking about. If we talked about the infrastructure, fortunately, we have more than 70% of the population are internet users. Still, we have a gap, but the initiative of Decent Life, which will connect most of the people in the rural areas, I think it will close most of this gap. There will be the availability of the internet, but of course, we will have the problem of the affordability for people to have smartphones or devices to get to internet. We have recently some companies are building factories to manufacture phones, smartphones in Egypt, like Xiaomi or so. If they avail the devices with a good price, this could help in closing the gap. For the legislative side, we already have a law on cybercrime. We have law on personal data protection. The bylaws didn't come yet, but the law is still there. And we actually have some amendments on the cybercrime legislation because it has been now more than 5 years. And of course, with the implementation, we find few things that need to be amended, but we already have it. We have a legislation on fintech, and we have a very good financial inclusion by some mobile applications. We have a mobile app, it's called InstaPay. It avails a lot of people to instantly pay by wallets, by anything. So I think this was a very good step by the Central Bank of Egypt. If we talk about the data, I guess, is the most important and most difficult or challenge issue in Egypt, because we have a lot of data and we have a lot of people who are thinking that these data are of national security and we shouldn't avail the data to anyone. So we are waiting for a legislation for data classification. And when this legislation comes out, I think it will be a breakthrough because we have to classify which data that we cannot share and which data that can be shared. And this is the cornerstone of AI, of course, and of data governance at all, because when we say that we need to share data between African countries, we need to share it first within the country itself. If it's not shared or availed to citizens, so you will not be able to avail it to other people or to any investors who want to invest and put their data centers in the country. Finally, for the AI, we have now a debate whether we get out with a legislation or it should be just a framework. Most of the people within the community are preferring to have it as just a framework because they are afraid of having the legislation. And then when you have the act, it will be difficult to change the act and so on. But the governments are thinking that having a flexible act is a good option. So we are still in this area. I don't know what it will happen according it, but I think within this year we will have something, either an AI act or a framework, because of course now it's booming and we need to have something to regulate what's happening. I guess this is all. I don't want to take more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shukran. I think the idea is to go with AI framework. Yeah.
This is my point of view, but this is not the government point of view.
Yeah. But it is the debate now in all countries is to go with this framework, given the evolution of this technology. Now let me go to our friend from Nigeria. Nigeria, we have two honorable speakers. Senator Shuab, the Nigerian chairperson of the ICT committee. Too many things happening in cybersecurity in Nigeria now, and data governance. Please share your experience and set the challenge. I think we need to know the challenge. You share the challenge with other members, parliament. They can build from there to improve their cybersecurity laws. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu from the Nigerian Senate and the chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. I also double as the chairman of the West African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance that was formed in Dakar, Senegal, sometimes in July. Let me start by adopting a motion that has been moved by my colleagues, the motion to celebrate Salim Bal. But in moving that motion, may I amend the motion to also include Madam Mary Udoma from Nigeria. These are two wonderful, awesome women that serve as source of inspiration. I don't know where they get the energy from, but some of us will not be here, therefore the effort of Madam Mary Udoma and Salim. I'm also told through Dr. Maktar Sheikh, thank the Economic Commission for Africa for the wonderful job of facilitation. We were together at School of Internet Governance Forum yesterday, and you are here today, fresh, energetic, and vibrant. We also like to thank you and also to thank my colleagues. The commitment of Nigeria to IGF and internet governance has been reflected in the fact that two of us are here. I chair the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, and my brother, who I also believe is going to speak, chairs the House of Representatives Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. You have asked specific questions on cybersecurity, and I will go to that very shortly. But before then, a number of cross-cutting issues. We've spoken about data governance, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence. I would like to include capacity building, infrastructure, and of course, the issue of digital divide are some of the issues that are of concern to us as Africans. And particularly when we sit down here, I believe we need to address those issues. And I will share some perspective about what Nigeria is doing around that. And I'm going to leave some of them for my brother to be able to address. In terms of data governance, Nigeria has a Data Protection and Privacy Act, and we have a commission that has been set up in Nigeria for that. And the good thing about that commission is that it's not just measuring data protection, we are building capacity. We are requiring organizations to have a data protection officer. The same way they have auditors, internal auditors, we also want them to have data protection officers in their organizations so that we have a bottom-up approach to data governance. When you talk about cybersecurity, the first time Nigeria enacted the Cybersecurity Act was 2015. But that act was amended last year, and it wasn't just amended. Arising from that amendment was also the fact that we identified some critical national information infrastructure that must be protected. And about a few weeks ago, the president signed a gazette identifying and designating some national infrastructure as being very critical, not just in public sector, but also in private sector. So just imagine that Nigeria, which is the, and I say this with some sense of pride, and permits me to say that, we have the most developed banking system in Africa. And that's why you have Nigerian banks everywhere. So the banking data, much as it's a private sector, has become a critical national information infrastructure within the concept of cybersecurity in Nigeria. But we are amending the Cybersecurity Act again. About a few weeks ago, we had a consultative approach that includes the European Union, the Council of Europe, the Federal Ministry of Justice, to come up with a new act that reflects the current realities and to also take into consideration the Budapest Convention and the attempt by United Nations to have some protocols and standards around cybersecurity. So Nigeria is moving ahead in that direction. When we talk about capacity building, we recognize that we have close to 250 million Nigerians. Some of them are digital natives. By digital natives, I mean they were born into the digital era. Some of them are digital migrants. People like Dr. Maktar Sheikh, who migrated. He wasn't born during the digital era. But luckily, now he has migrated. So we have a program now that we are training 3 million Nigerians in cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. They are young people. By the way, Nigeria has about 70% youth population. So we believe that if you train these 70 million Nigerians, they not only serve as a national guard for cybersecurity, they also are able to use technology in a productive way. It is therefore no coincidence that Nigeria is the home of unicorns, the startup techs in Africa. It's because we have the youthful population who are also technology savvy. But we also recognize that you must also direct this technology, these skills in the right direction. Otherwise, you end up having people who have the skills and are using it for the various activities. My brother will talk about digital infrastructure and other things, just to mention that currently we are building 90,000 kilometers of fiber in Nigeria. 90,000 kilometers of fiber in order to connect the underserved areas and also strengthen presence in other areas. I will conclude with some suggestions. And I take the liberty because we're an African Union, and particularly we're an African Hall, where the first sitting of AU took place. I therefore do not think I need to leave this place without talking about some cross-cutting issues. As we talk about cyberspace, as we talk about digital technology, there are a few things I believe we need to talk about. Number one, when we leave the IGF tomorrow, day after, next week, what will happen? In order, therefore, to ensure that our continuous participation at the IGF leads to some traction, may I suggest that when we are rounding up this IGF, we have some items, some tasks to be done, and a milestone to measure progress amongst the parliamentarians, amongst the various governments of Africa. This is when IGF begins to manifest benefits that we can track. Number two, Mr. Chairman, it is no surprise that I was only able to get to Ethiopia because I carry a diplomatic passport. A number of Nigerians, a number of parliamentarians here require intervention from African countries by Africans to attend a program of Africa at headquarters of African Union. Some people are still at the airport waiting for note verbal. So as we do integration on technology, let us also do integration to allow people of Africa to move within Africa freely.
This is politics.
Number three, Mr. Chairman, again, as I said, let me take the opportunity that this African Union and African Hall, I don't come here too often, so let me speak. The third thing is also the African payment system. When we talk about digital technology, we talk about cross-border data flows, and money cannot flow with the data flows. As I speak here now, making payments for services here is a difficult thing. So let us also pursue the African global payment system that we are talking about as part of the things that we need to do to ensure that the continental free trade agreement that we're building, the digital compact that we are building, they make money because people can pay for services and they can move across African countries. Lastly, we attend the global IGF now and then as Africans, but we only attend as consumers of the internet services. When are we going to build capacity for Africans to sit on a board that determine the protocols and standard for internet? We need to be able to have a deliberate program for our university or research institutions to be part of those who build the protocol and standards, so that the global side that we belong to, we are not just consumers, we are also part of the people who shape the evolution of internet. Once again, thank you for the indulgence, but then we are parliamentarians. If I didn't say this, we are the people elected to speak for the people. So I have spoken for the people. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. We take note on your 4 very pertinent recommendations. And the perhaps need also to be discussed. Yeah, we need this payment system across the continent. And when we want to develop this cross-border e-commerce without digital continental payment system is not working. When you talk about this e-commerce, what call it this mobile payment, and we can do on the country level, is not something we can help African country to use the opportunity of digital technology. Thank you to highlight this issue, very important also. But the other point I will leave to the parliamentarian in Ethiopia to discuss about this, because we are going to put in place this African free trade area, and people need to travel easily across the continent. We sorry about that. Even we have some delegates spend the night at the airport. For the system, the e-visa system is not working very well. Yeah. But it is something we are going to discuss with the government of sure. Now let me go to Honorable Stanley to talk about infrastructure, because I think the country is huge. And a lot of infrastructure is happening now in the continent. Please tell us how you regulate all this infrastructure you have in this country.
Thank you, the chairman. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, member of House of Representatives, Nigerian National Assembly. You know, after my twin brother spoke, I didn't feel the need to speak anymore because he echoed practically almost 100% of what I would have said. But that said, there are a few other things that I would like to highlight, but that's a wonderful, excellent presentation by Senator Shuaib Afolabi Salisu from Nigerian Senate. Let me say this. It's so good to be here. As parliamentarians, we have huge respect for the institution. We have huge respect for one another. And standing on the existing protocol, let me first of all say this. Put it in perspective, Nigeria have a population of about 250 million people. We are the most populous country in Africa and the 6th most populous in the world, which means our challenges are also going to be very humongous. I congratulate Kenya for some of the metrics and numbers that we are getting from Kenya, but Kenya will also understand that with 220 something million, 56. So with Nigeria, with almost about 924 square kilometers as of 2023, we have huge challenges. But that's it. Now, it's a whole glory to talk about oil. Oil is a thing of the past. The gold now is data. The gold now is data. And let me stress it for the last time. The gold now is data. And how is Nigeria prepared for that? We know for sure that we cannot go through Nigeria with just fiber. Nigeria also have satellite in orbit. We are preparing for our next launch, which is the N2 launch, which also will give us visibility across the entire West Africa. So that, I believe, will also give us the miles or the milestones that we're looking for in order to take the leadership of Africa. Let me also say this. The hackathon processes that we're going through in training the 3MTT, it's a deliberate one because we do know for a fact cyber security, cyber attacks, cyber war, it's going to come. It's coming. In the next near future, people are not going to be carrying guns anymore. It's going to be about cyber attack. How are countries prepared for that? And Nigeria, with the human capital that we have, which I think with what Senator said, we have about 70% of our population are youths. We believe that that human capital alone, if we leverage on that and continue the process of training our youths, we can actually be prepared for even supporting, some of these other countries that will require. There's a lot of remote support that a lot of countries are requiring right now, which we believe China and India are actually enjoying the benefits of that. We believe that we can position Nigeria with the digital penetration that we're preparing for. And on a final note, when we're talking about fintechs, actually Nigeria has produced about a few billionaires right now in the fintech space. And it's not about oil anymore. These are people that are driving
fintech, using blockchain technology to make a decent amount of wealth for themselves. On a final note, I think us being here, I heard my brother from Niger. Yes, we might have political differences. Yes, we might have political wills that we would like to pursue. But one thing we should never deprive our citizens from is just to make sure that they have access to be able to penetrate the entire Africa. Like you said earlier, I don't see any reason why a Nigerian should be looking for visa to come to Utopia. As long as we are doing this digital penetration, we are doing this digital unity that we are pursuing, we must take that barrier down, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to have a short break, 10 minutes to have a coffee, and we'll come back to continue because we have 5 panelists, maybe, and we have another session starting on artificial intelligence by UNESCO. Let's take to observe 10 minutes, please, for coffee. Thank you. So coffee is out.
It's outside.
Outside.
And the ushers will guide people to go.
Usher will guide you. Where is Usher? Where is Usher?
I would like to introduce you to Craig.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm the only one who can. No one who makes you 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. No, it's off. Thank you.
Why you don't go up? Yeah, go up. Yeah, and also here you can have one.
That's what I don't think. Very expensive. Yeah, yes.
We are going to start now to continue our session, for we don't have too much time. Honorable, we are going to start because we don't have too much time. Honorable Coroner. Okay, I'm going to give the floor to Honorable Yao from Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci bien de me donner la parole, Monsieur le Président. Je suis très heureux que vous me donniez la parole parce que je suis un peu nouveau dans le système. Je pense que je suis à mon deuxième forum. Le premier auquel j'ai assisté, c'était récemment à Dakar. Et donc, je suis très heureux que vous me donniez la parole pour parler un peu, comme on appelle, de mon pays. Je pense que c'est désormais un visage auquel vous allez vous habituer parce que je ferai fort d'être présent quand même à tous les autres forums qui suivent. Ce que je voulais dire en ce qui concerne de la gouvernance de l'Internet dans mon pays, c'est que, à l'instar de tous les pays d'Afrique, il faut dire que la Côte d'Ivoire a connu un développement vertigineux, même si elle n'est pas encore à la taille des pays européens, mais l'Internet est en train de changer beaucoup la vie des Ivoiriens. Et le gouvernement s'en est approprié. Et il y a, avec des outils effectivement gouvernementaux, à partir du gouvernement lui-même, et qui a un grand portail où on peut accéder à toute l'administration, comme on appelle, de notre pays. Il y a un ministère chargé du numérique, effectivement, et au niveau de la fonction publique, il y a l'innovation, comme on appelle la modernisation de la fonction publique. À tel enseigne qu'aujourd'hui, en Côte d'Ivoire, sur le plan de l'administration, je pense que nous sommes à une grande échelle à l'heure de l'Internet. Vous pouvez voir de façon visuelle les activités du pays sur le plan du commerce, des finances, sur le plan de la sécurité, sur le plan de l'éducation. Nous avons opéré un bond assez important. Mais je pense que nous ne sommes pas encore à l'abri du développement de l'Internet dans notre pays, parce que bien qu'on ait eu un bond, nous ne sommes pas quand même à un niveau, pour moi, appréciable quand on prend dans un cadre mondial. Et donc, nous restons beaucoup à faire. Au niveau du Parlement, depuis 2013, je pense qu'il y a des initiatives qui ont été déjà prises avec la loi contre la cybercriminalité et la loi sur la protection des données. C'est ce qui est fait pour le moment au niveau de notre Parlement. Mais je pense qu'on a beaucoup pardonné au niveau du Parlement pour renforcer même la capacité des parlementaires pour mieux s'intéresser, je pense, à la gouvernance, notamment de l'Internet. Et je suis heureux depuis un certain temps de commencer à m'y intéresser. C'est vrai que je suis au Parlement de Côte d'Ivoire, mais je voulais rappeler aussi que je suis un parlementaire panafricain. Et je pense qu'on a commencé aussi au niveau du Parlement panafricain à avoir un petit groupe avec l'honorable Mbo, qui a commencé à faire déjà un grand travail à ce niveau. Et pour ne pas être très long, je voulais sincèrement m'arrêter là et vous dire que la Côte d'Ivoire est vraiment en plein pied dans la gouvernance de l'Internet.
Merci beaucoup,
Merci
honorable. Donc, ce forum est l'occasion pour vous de rencontrer vos collègues parlementaires et d'échanger et de voir ce qu'ils font dans leur pays et comment la Côte d'Ivoire aussi peut en bénéficier. Le pays aussi est en train de faire des choses, mais vous avez besoin de beaucoup de législation en matière de données au niveau du pays. Merci beaucoup.
Merci bien.
Let me give the floor to Honorable Bethlem Daranesh. Okay, you have the floor. You are doing a lot in Ethiopia. Huh? Me, I'm Ethiopian. I'm Gurage. Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Bethlehem, Honorable Bethlehem from Ethiopia. I would like to say welcome all of you. This is your home. Thank you. On the previous section, Honorable Dr. Nagari Legjo mentioned a lot about Ethiopian experience. So I want to just add a little. Parliamentary contributions, effective data government on Africa address the continents, and it's the right choice to facilitate this kind of meeting, and I really appreciate the chairman and woman. Thank you. As known, parliamentarians plays significant roles, irreplaceable roles in settling legal and regulatory force works, directions, proclamations, and policy also. This helped to fasten the practical implementation of the program and the project that can directly benefit our communities. Ethiopia took one of the strategy last 5 years. It's called Digital 2025. It addresses our remarkable progress on digital technology of Ethiopia. And this shows that the electronic many transaction delivered, and also liberalize the telecom sectors. More than 700 online government service nowadays delivered on online services, and digital ID service also. These initiations doing in our countries. Additional also by our Prime Minister initiation, we start to 5 million younger population coders. So they are for free. They are taking online coder courses we give for 5 million young generations. So policy has been endorsed in Ethiopia. Several strategy, legal and regulatory frameworks and policy has been endorsed by the Parliament, collaboration with the innovation and technology ministers. And this also creates awareness for our community. Our Parliament also endorsed so many proclamations. For example, personal data protection proclamations, the e-transaction proclamations, the computer crime proclamations, and many others support the national digital and data development. This shows that how parliaments contribute effective data government system in Ethiopia. Finally, but not least, Parliament plays significant and responsible roles for the people. Because of this, nowadays, no one left behind from this digital era. No, we need the strength on community until Africa aspired the future transformation Africa in the global powerhouse of the future for 2063 agendas. Thank you very much. Viva Africa. Thank you.
Amasaganalo, thank you very much. I think you have, it's better you share your laws on digital ID as a member of parliament. Yeah, they can use it as a supporting document when they want to develop their digital ID laws. Because we know now Ethiopia is one of good example of digital ID across Africa. Now we have more than 10 million in the database, people who have this digital ID. And it is due to this very good laws developed by the government of Ethiopia. Thank you very much for that. Let me give the floor now to Honorable Miresh, you want the floor? You are from Ethiopia. All you are Ethiopian, huh? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you are talking on with one voice. Yeah. Now let me go to other part of Africa in Zimbabwe with Honorable Daniel. Daniel, you are focused now more on AI. Your government want to do AI strategy policy. Eh? I think the parliament has an important role to play on that. Eh? And you can tell us about also your experience, your challenge, and your expectation for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Greetings from the great land of Zimbabwe. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to the organizers, the IGF Secretariat, working closely with Celine. I'm coming also through APNIC, which is the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. Privileged to be here. It's my first IGF meeting, so I'm excited at the opportunity. Zimbabwe is still going through a transition in terms of ICT, in terms of access to the internet, and we have what we call Vision 2030, where we are pushing for digital economy by the year 2030. And we adopted an ICT policy that guides us from 2022 to 2027, that gives us the framework to achieve digital economy by 2030. Our main legislative law is the Cyber and Data Protection Act of 2021, which, as I speak to you, civil society working with Parliament, we are busy proposing for amendments to the law. So it's from 2021, but now it's 2024. It also shows how fluid digitalization or internet governance is, because we are now beginning to feel that there are a lot of shortfalls that needs to be updated. Especially, I know I attended a recent workshop organized by the Media Institute of Southern Africa and the Amnesty International, where we're focusing on gender equality and the use of internet, especially social media platforms, how they continue to perpetuate gender-based violence, especially for female politicians, and how we can address those concerns with the new laws. We have also fought in particular to end one of the biggest challenges. We have what we call revenge porn, where some people share private photographs or private videos at the end of their social relationship if they feel that they are hurt by the relationship. So it's called revenge porn, and it was a big challenge in Zimbabwe, and we've criminalized it. We are also in the process of making sure that our rural areas, where the majority of Zimbabweans live, they have increased access to the internet. At this moment in time, we're challenged with mobile data pricing. Parliament of Zimbabwe has been working hard to reduce the prices. The good news is that this year we have Starlink. Starlink has come to Zimbabwe. We're one of the first African countries to receive Starlink. And what it has done is to open up Zimbabwe in terms of access to internet, starting with those in the urban areas. It's actually oversubscribed in Zimbabwe. They are doing well. And it is pushing the mobile data companies to scale down their prices of data in Zimbabwe. We had one of the most expensive data prices in Zimbabwe, which were reducing access to the internet. So I'm happy that more Zimbabweans will now access the internet thanks to Starlink. But it also brings to the point that while Starlink is getting business opportunity in Zimbabwe, it should be actually an African company that should be benefiting from this. It should be a Zimbabwean company or an Ethiopian company that should be benefiting from this. And it speaks again to the other concern that has been raised earlier on, that when it comes to ICT, when it comes to internet access, Africa is more of a participant, Africa is more of a consumer. And we need to find ways to make Africa also benefit, especially from an economic point of view. We can make money out of internet use and so on. It's true that Zimbabwe is also pushing in terms of artificial intelligence. Our Speaker of Parliament is very strong and passionate about that. So we are also trying to see how we can change our policy framework to make sure that Zimbabwe is a leader in artificial intelligence, and also to make sure that our laws of Zimbabwe, the parliamentary law, is also amended to accommodate Zimbabwe benefiting. We want to harness artificial intelligence to speed up our own economic development as a country. And we want to make sure that in Africa, we're one of the leaders when it comes to artificial intelligence. We're excited at the opportunity that it presents to us. So we look forward to working with you and any other partners to make sure that we benefit from that. Having said that, one of the other things that as a parliamentarian I'm worried about is the fact that it's been raised actually by one of the parliamentarians. Our technology in Zimbabwe in terms of the gadgets, they are all imported. So whether it's a cell phone, whether it's a laptop, whether it's a computer, whether it's a router, whatever gadgets we're having, we're importing most of those. And there is no local manufacturing. And it's something that as legislators we're also worried about, to invest more in local production. And that's a challenge that the rest of Africa must also worry about. Because an average Zimbabwean has got maybe 2 or 3 handsets, and there's not even one cell phone produced by the country. And so someone says some of the raw material that is used, is it lithium, is from Africa, is from Zimbabwe. And I think they use it for batteries, is from Zimbabwe. And we're not able to do what we call beneficiation, where we're saying, let's also develop the raw materials before we try to export it. Right now, we're buying from other countries like Japan that do not have the raw materials. Because of time, I'll stop here and say thank you so much for the opportunity. Oh, before I forget, I also want to say I am really outraged that Africans who come to Addis Ababa have to go through such a horrendous experience in terms of visa. Africans from Nigeria. This is the headquarters of Africa. Ethiopia must take the leadership responsibility to make sure that every African who is a passport holder from a member of the African Union must have no problems in accessing this country. Any form of visa restriction is anti-African, and Ethiopia must feel ashamed and embarrassed by that, and they must take the responsibility. We know that Rwanda has made sure that there is visa on arrival for every African passport holder. We challenge you, Ethiopia, to show leadership. It's really embarrassing for an African to be stranded in Addis Ababa.
Thank you, my brother. I think Honorable Bethlehem will transfer the message to the authority. Now, any other parliament MP we missing? I think everybody speak. People, you are not a parliamentarian, I think. Okay. All right. Now, I think what we, for Zimbabwe also, I think it is a very good example. Zimbabwe chair our Conference of Ministers of Finance. And last year, there is a request. We organized a Minister of Finance conference last year in Zimbabwe. They have requested to have a web based on all innovation on AI in Africa. We already developed this, and we present to your Minister of Finance this, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago. And this platform will be present to the AU Summit next year. Also at ECA, we already developed a report on how we can optimize the taxation of the ICT sector. It is something we can share with the member of parliamentarians. It is something very important. Maybe this document has to be adopted at the AU Summit, and after we can share with the MP. Today, what we can say for this session, we have all Africa. All Africa are here. Why all Africa? We have a representative from West Africa. We have Niger, Nigeria, Benin, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire. From East Africa, we have Kenya, Ethiopia. From Central Africa, DRC. From North Africa, Egypt. From Southern Africa, we have Zimbabwe, Malawi, Lesotho, and we share this experience from all African countries. And we learn a lot about what's happened in several regions, what are the key challenges, and what lesson learned we can get from this discussion. First, we can say all MP are involved in the development of the digital transformation in their country. And a lot of now is happening at the national level and at the continental level. One concern is cybersecurity and data. all now have some challenge on cybersecurity and data. Very important for the MP. Also, the infrastructure and also how to share this infrastructure also with other member of state. We have the case of Nigeria, who are satellite, how we can share the satellite with other member. Also, we have other countries not here. Algeria are satellites. Senegal launched some time ago a satellite. South Africa, we can see Egypt also. It is something regarding data sharing and infrastructure sharing. And I think there is something parliamentary have to do. Digital ID, we have the case of Ethiopia. Yeah, they can share with others. Also, the case of Kenya, very, very, very interesting. Yeah, it is something we have to share together. It's not we are going to stop today because you have a great idea. I think we can have, after that, we can have a working group for the parliamentarian to put all this idea together and to see how we can exchange. And why not we are coming with one framework for the continent, like what we did in Egypt for the AI. Yeah, it is a key outcome we can have for this meeting. And also, I would like to thank you all for your contribution. It was a great pleasure for me to moderate this session. And I learned a lot and something I will put in my work at ECA. And we are here to support. We support almost all African countries. We have one project or one policy to do. And thank you once again, and good luck for the next session. Thank you. And thank you, Celine.
Thank you very much, Maktar, and thank you for your amazing moderating skills. Trust me, I'm going to ask you several times to do this. So you may have noticed that there is a slight change in the program. We would now continue actually with our next session, which is on the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Initially, we wanted to have UNESCO present their paper, followed by Nima Lugangira, who would have connected online to introduce, as the co-rapporteur of the resolution, the newly adopted AI IP resolution. She couldn't make it, unfortunately. So we will rather focus on the presentation of UNESCO and, of course, also give you some insights about the IP resolution that was adopted back then in October. So, Gustavo, I would kindly ask you to come stage. Thank you. We will be stopping at 1, and I'll also ask Abigail, please, as the moderator of this upcoming session, to please come to the floor. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the Parliamentary Track that would focus on the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. My name is Abigail. I am a digital rights and safety professional, and I'll be moderating this session. This session will highlight emerging approaches on AI governance globally, as well as the role of members of parliament in AI governance in our respective countries. We will have 2 speakers for this session with an open Q&A and discussion after the presentation. So we will first start with Gustavo, who would present the UNESCO consultation paper, and then Celine will also do a short presentation of the IP resolution, and then we'll open up for discussion. So to introduce Gustavo, Gustavo is one of 15 youth ambassadors for the Internet Society in 2024. He holds a Master of Public Policy in Digital Technology and is a lawyer with expertise in digital governance and digital development. He's worked with the GIZ and is currently a specialist consultant for AI and digital transformation. Over to you, Gustavo.
Perhaps to the technicians, I would kindly ask to show my screen on the big screen.
because we want to share a presentation. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure to be being here today. As my colleague has introduced, my name is Gustavo Fonseca Ribeiro. I work at the Digital Policies and Digital Transformation section at UNESCO, where we focused on artificial intelligence for the public sector. Today, I'm going to be introducing one of our projects on emerging approaches to AI regulation, AI governance across the world, and I'll be taking questions afterwards if you're interested. So my presentation today will focus in 4 parts. First, why to regulate artificial intelligence and what do I mean when I speak of regulation of AI. Second, where is the current global AI landscape at in terms of regulation? Third, and this is going to be the centerpiece of this presentation, what are the different approaches across the world that are surfacing now for AI regulation? And fourth, I'm going to speak a little bit about what UNESCO will be doing next in this area. So why should we regulate? And what do we mean by regulation? Okay. So there are roughly 3 rationales for regulation. First, addressing a public problem, like a market failure or an acceptable risk. For example, when AI is deployed, if society deems that to be too risky. Second, to protect and respect fundamental rights. And here we also include democratic values and the rule of law. And third, also not only as a means to address risks, but also a means to enable the environment to promote quality of life, development, and innovation in the area of artificial intelligence. But why are we mapping this? And this is one of the main ideas that I wanted to come across today. Why are we mapping this? There are many reasons to govern artificial intelligence, as we can see above. But the presence of just these justifications, they will change from context to context. Today, you have highlighted what each of your countries have done in this area, and you have very different contexts, very different, that require very different solutions, right? So we're mapping this so we can learn from one another. Legislators, as the representatives of society, they are well positioned to understand what are the problems, right? Why to govern artificial intelligence, and they're uniquely positioned to provide the solutions, the regulation, the approaches that I'm going to highlight later. Ultimately, new technologies, they change a lot of the way, they change the reality of our societies. They can make or break the values that we hold, such as democratic values, societal well-being, human rights, the rule of law. So how we govern AI will define whether we uphold these values or if we let them deteriorate. So what do I mean by governance in this presentation? And to understand that, we need to understand the role of government in AI governance. Yes, indeed, I think the most common idea of what the government can do is to pass laws, regulate, and enforce it as a supervisor, as we can see in the top. But that's not only it. The government can also develop and acquire artificial intelligence. It can use, for example, strategic procurement to elicit innovation in society. It can also facilitate and enable the ecosystem of artificial intelligence by, for example, passing national AI strategies. And ultimately, it can also deploy, it can also be an end user. It can improve public services by using artificial intelligence. So when I speak of governance today, I'm going to be speaking of what are the instruments that not only government, but all actors can use when they're interacting with these roles, right? And here we can see a little bit of the global landscape on AI regulation right now. In California, which is arguably the powerhouse of AI production worldwide, recently the governor of California just vetoed an AI bill. We can see, of course, we cannot have this conversation without the EU AI Act, which is trying to set a global standard for how we govern artificial intelligence. But we see also initiatives in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America. In fact, between 2016 and 2023, 32 countries worldwide have passed 148 laws that mention artificial intelligence. And this is also the case in developing regions of the world, like Latin America, where I'm from, and here in Africa. In this context, what is UNESCO doing? Very shortly, we are consulting widely. What are the approaches out there? In the past, we've conducted literature review, we've spoke with experts, and we've conducted an open consultation. So what are the approaches to artificial intelligence regulation? Right now, we're reviewing these open consultations. We had more than 100 contributions coming from 34 countries. And what have we found? We have identified 9 AI regulatory approaches. And these are the 9 ones. I will not go one by one through all of them because that could be very dense. I would like to highlight that they are not exclusive to one another. They're often levers used simultaneously. So what I will do today is present them in groups of 3 with very concrete examples of how they are being used around the world. The first 3 are the adaptation of existing laws. So taking what is the legal system that already exists and adapting to AI regulation. Rights-based approach, passing rights to society that can keep check on AI development. And liability approach, the allocation of responsibility across the development of AI to sanction any illegal activity. But to understand that, we have to also understand that regulation of AI is not specific to the technology. We're not starting from zero. There is existing regulation that already applies to it, such as data protection, consumer protection, antitrust regulation. There are liability rules, IP rights. I think the importance of copyright and data governance was emphasized here earlier. And the example that I bring today is an example from India that we can see all 3 approaches being used. So there was a case before the High Court of Bombay. Basically, a generative AI system replicated the voice of a famous artist without his consent. And the court found that this violated his right to his likeness, which is a personality right under civil law. Our image, our voice, our appearance, we have the right to control and consent over that. And based on that, it applied existing law, civil law, and applied an existing liability regime, civil liability. With that, I move to the second group, which is in my opinion, is the most innovative in the area of artificial intelligence and also the most technically complex. So I hope I do it justice today, which is the risk-based approach combined with the elaboration of technical standards to enforce the regulation. So the example I bring today is from the European Union. As I said, it's difficult to have this conversation without bringing the EU AI Act. And the approach brought to the table was it layered different AI systems across certain levels of risk. And it found that certain uses are too high risk to be left unchecked. Some examples of this are AI being used for recruitment or AI being used in medical devices. And the reason this is considered high risk is because it determines important aspects of our lives, whether you get a job or not, will define your socioeconomic standing. Whether an AI is misused, malfunctions in a medical device will affect your right to health. So based on these categories for high risk, what they did, they established a series of normative provisions. So these are things that AI deployers and developers have to follow to ensure that their system is safe for deployment in the European market. So for example, two of these provisions is if your product is risky, well, you should have a risk management system. Or if you're using a lot of data, you should have a methodology for data governance and quality assurance. And within the EU, there exists this concept of harmonized standards. And standards here means technical standards, as the ones developed in standard development organizations, like the ITU or the International Standard Organization. And through this concept, what the European Commission can do, which is the executive body of the European Union, they can ask the regional standard development organizations to create technical specifications that protect these values, that ensure risk management and data governance. And if any AI deployer adopts those specific standards, they have a presumption of legality within the European market. And this has two consequences. First, it creates a very strong relationship between normative written law on a paper and regulation by design, ensuring that the design of AI system reflects what the law demands. And second, it creates also legal certainty. It assures that if you're an AI deployer and you put an AI system in the European market, you have the legal certainty that that would not be illegal, and otherwise, unless a public authority proves you wrong. So this is the example from the union of risk-based approach and standards-based approach. And I move now to the third one, which is principles-based approach. I mean here, more soft law regulation of guidelines, well, guide the governance of AI are not necessarily binding per se. And the facilitating approach, which is looking at the ecosystem, understand what needs to be improved for AI to flourish, and then strategizing for it. And for this one, I actually brought examples from Africa. I will not go one by one here, but you can see national AI strategies from Rwanda, from Egypt, from Benin, from Mauritania, and also from the African Union, the Continental AI Strategy. And what they have in common overall are these components. First, there are ecosystem enablers. As I said it, they look at the ecosystem. What do we need for AI to work? We need talent, university programs. We need infrastructure like data centers. We need computational power and training data, and strategize to obtain that. Second, how can we accelerate the evolution of AI in our ecosystem? What are the opportunities to leverage? Public sector can do that through public procurement, for example. How can we encourage research and development through the private sector? And how can we explore the comparative advantages that are sector specific to my country? For example, many countries in Africa have a comparative advantage in agriculture. So that is a resourceful field to leverage AI. And third, they bring forth governance. And here it's another example of one of the approaches, the principles approaches. Many of the strategies bring ethical principles. For example, the strategy of Rwanda brings a list of ethical principles such as non-discrimination, fairness, and transparency that guides the development of artificial intelligence, but they also bring the prospect of AI regulation, as we talked here today. I think, let me just snooze that. Yeah. But I've talked about the past and I've talked about the present. So what is next? What are the plans for the future on the part of UNESCO in this regard? It's important for us to build knowledge, but also take this and facilitate the exchange of it like it's happening here, but take this knowledge and transform into action. That's why next year we're convening the Global Forum on AI and Digital Transformation in the public sector. Of course, an invitation is extended to all of people in this room. The registrations are already open, and we'll be discussing how to transform this knowledge into action. And if I wanted, and before I conclude, if there's one message that I'd like to leave you all here today, is that recalling what I said in the beginning, new technologies like artificial intelligence, they disrupt a lot of our realities. They change how power is distributed. New companies obtain market power. They change how our labor markets function. People who have technological skills will usually benefit more from a technological revolution. They disrupt our laws. To an extent that sometimes we cannot keep up with. We know that the technology evolves faster than our laws. And we can see we have seen in the past how AI has disrupted our information ecosystems. All of these changes, they are associated with these values: democratic values, societal well-being, development, human rights, and the rule of law. So this new technology, they can make or break these values. Again, how we govern AI will define whether we uphold them or if we let them deteriorate. So the UNESCO program is constructing the knowledge to enable legislatures and parliaments to uphold these values. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. If you're interested in the Global Forum or in the consultation paper, you can access through here, and my contact is also available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gustavo. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I wanted to check, Are you also going to make the presentation available for our members? Okay, just because I think a lot of people might find it useful to reference it later.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I think that for me, what really stood out from that presentation was really just talking about the roles of government, not just as a regulator, but also an enabler, and also building capacity. And I think the different AI regulatory approaches is very important. From rights based or risks based, and I think it's interesting to, especially for members of parliament here, to as you think about which approach would work for your country. And I guess we can talk more about that during our discussion. So for now, if you're ready, Celine, I was going to hand it over to you to introduce and say more about the IPU, if you're ready.
Thank you very much, Abigail, and thank you for the very wonderful presentation. So I'm going to keep it short, not only because we are soon about to break for lunch, but also because Nima was supposed to be the one presenting the AI IPU resolution. What I will tell you is that we will be sharing this AI IPU resolution amongst you, because this is also a call to bring this AI IPU resolution back to your parliament and promote it also within. So to let you know a little bit more, and also why I'm speaking on this AI IPU resolution. So the IGF Secretariat has been working very closely with the Interparliamentary Union for the past couple of years. And at the beginning of this year, they wanted to work on a resolution around the topic of artificial intelligence, human rights, and the rule of law. This is where they held some virtual workshops on AI with leading experts. Joshua Benju was one of them. He is really known as the leading expert in the AI field, and two other very known experts in subsequent workshops. These were used to feed, let's say, in an informed way, the AI IPU resolution that was then drafted by members of parliament, for members of parliament, and then also consulted amongst members of parliament. So this is a little bit the, let's say, introduction to this resolution. And one of the members of one of the co-rapporteurs is indeed Nima Lugangira, co-rapporteur and also member of parliament from Tanzania. The second one is Michelle Ramper from Canada. So what they wanted is really to have views from two different countries. And this is also very well reflected in this AI IPU resolution. What was also important to them is, of course, also to refer to the international law, to reaffirm it, making a big reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What was also significantly, I can't pronounce this word, in the document was also gender-based violence, and I would urge you to really go through the document and have a closer look at it. We will stay in touch with you regarding that, because Nima Lugangira would very much like to promote this AI IPU resolution amongst the African continent, amongst the various parliaments at the national level. So it's not going to be the last time that you're going to hear from us. I would also urge you to join our session at the Global IGF, where Nima is going to be there and will also present it a little bit more in detail. So I would suggest to then open the floor for a few questions before we break for lunch. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Celine. How much time do we have for questions?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. I guess, well, it also depends on how much engagement we get. But yeah, I think without much ado, we're going to open this up for questions. If you have questions for Gustavo or Celine, or just general, I think, thoughts and opinions about, AI governance in your country, how you're approaching it, or anything percolating, for you, or your takeaways from this, from the presentations. So yeah, please go. Please go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you for the presentation and for everything. Actually, the problem with AI, I think governing AI is really, really difficult. And somehow we will have to sacrifice a lot of things to gain the benefits of the AI. And the first thing that we will have to sacrifice, or we will voluntarily sacrifice, is our privacy. Balancing between privacy and getting the AI developed and getting all the benefits out of it, I don't think it will be really possible in the coming few years. I need your point of view and your intervention on that. And I don't know if actually, even when we are talking about the European Act, I don't think that it's working in any of the European countries. And what I understand that they tried in France to adopt it, and there was some issues, and no other European countries are actually working with that. So correct me if I'm wrong, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Do you want to respond, or should we take maybe a few more and you respond together? Whatever. Okay, then maybe let's take maybe 2 more questions. Honorable Member John, please go ahead.
Gustavo, we must thank you. That's an amazing presentation. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Celine, for sharing the work that we have been doing at the IPU. Glad to see that it has been canvassed in these very many different forums. Now, Gustavo, out of your experience, I would imagine that you have done an extensive search and spin in your area of study. My question is related to what the Honorable Maha has asked, and it has to do with best practices. When countries were developing the data protection laws, there were always discussions about the gold standard, and some of the laws were offering themselves as a gold standard. I remember GDPR would stand out tall, but there were also other laws, but the GDPR came out very strongly as a benchmark. My first question to you, Gustavo, is, to your mind, is there any best case practice that you would point us to? Is it 1? Is it 3? Is it several? Is it a combination of approaches as you have presented? The question is there? He showed us direction in terms of approaches, not quite the substantive laws. So to your mind, is there any best practice case that you would like to point parliaments to as a benchmark? Of course, it's not an issue of copy and paste. Every jurisdiction has its nuances that they would want to build to that best case scenario. The second question is, as Africa sits and thinks about, do we go the strategy way? Do we go the framework way? Do we go the substantive acts way? Even as we are busy thinking about what to do with what already exists, how is the future looking from where you sit in terms of development? We know AI has been with us from maybe the 70s, if not earlier. But the developments that we have seen from 2021 have been so exponential, and it would help parliaments to start thinking in terms of what you're seeing in development. How much more exponentially do you think this is going to grow? And is it something that can be mapped? Is the projection something that we can follow? Or are we at a place where we are just walking into looking for a black cat in a black room, in a dark room? So kindly, Gustavo, those are my 2 questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we will take one last question. Honorable Member, please go ahead, and then Gustavo can answer, and then we'll do another round.
Merci. Moi, je vais parler en français. C'est une recommandation que je vais faire pour faire réussir le processus. L'Afrique est composée de plusieurs sous-régions. L'Afrique de l'Est, l'Afrique de l'Est, l'Afrique du Nord, etc. Et je proposerai à ce qu'il y ait une collaboration entre les parlementaires des sous-régions et l'IGF des sous-régions. Par exemple, en Afrique de l'Ouest, il y a une collaboration étroite entre les parlementaires de la sous-région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et la coordination de IGF de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Je pense que pour atteindre le maximum de personnes et de structures au niveau de tous les pays africains, il vaut mieux asseoir cette coordination. Au niveau du secrétariat de IGF au niveau mondial et au niveau de l'Afrique, faire en sorte que dans toutes les sous-régions, qu'il y ait une coordination entre IGF de la sous-région et la coordination des parlementaires. En Afrique de l'Ouest, je pense que Céline était à Dakar la dernière fois, quand il a été mis en place la coordination, le président est là, le sénateur du Nigeria, Marie Oudouma qui coordonne IGF de l'Afrique de l'Est est là, ça collabore. Je pense que toutes les stratégies que nous sommes en train de développer, si on arrive à fédérer, ça va marcher. C'est une recommandation que je vous faire. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. I think, Gustavo, you can answer the questions and then we'll take maybe one last round before break for lunch.
Okay, thank you for all the questions. They're very important questions. I'll start by addressing the simplest one. I welcome very much the recommendation. So this is a program that we're building now at UNESCO, and we're in a phase that we're developing the knowledge. Once we have that, what we're going to try to do is engage more closely with national parliaments as well, on a more granular and regional, sub-regional levels as well. So we'd look very much forward to that. To address the question of privacy, it is very important, a very important question. Of course, as UNESCO, we are one of the houses of human rights and in development. I will stand by the privacy is an international human right recognized globally, right? What I would say is I don't believe there is necessarily a binary relationship between, or we either choose privacy or we choose development. Privacy is a very broad concept, right? So for example, if we look at the international human rights of privacy, you can think of it as informational self-determination, which relates very much, for example, of the appropriate representation of African cultures in data sets. And if African cultures are not well represented in data sets, those AI systems are not going to perform well. And that brings me to my second point, which is privacy is originally, yes, a human right, an ethical concern, which is often observed as a limitator. I would say that it's also a core component of an AI system that performs well. It's important to have accurate data, safe, secure data for societies to trust the systems and for the systems to do their work well. It might be a response in the short term, but in the long term, it can be hard for citizens to trust the technology if we can't ensure the privacy is there. And we already have some building blocks for it, like data protection regulation. I hope that answers some of the question. If not, feel free to follow up on it in the second round. So to the second question on best practices, I think we often go to these conferences and we hear all types of best practices in every way. Best practice is not a term I prefer. We can call it good practices. I think you hinted very well at the fact that we showed approaches, and we chose approaches is by design, is on purpose, because there is no such thing as one size fits all best practice. For example, the EU AI Act or even GDPR, they can work in a highly digitized economy or in a more wealthy economy, right? That has also the resources and the regulatory capacity to enforce it. I'm from Brazil, which is a size. It's a country twice the size of the European Union with one data protection authority, not 27. So it can be challenging. I would say that there is not a one best practice. You have to look at the ecosystem. You have to see what are the opportunities and the risks there. and maybe draw inspiration from good practices, different approaches. Yeah, this is also one of the reasons why we focus on building the capacity of the ecosystem, give a medium, not an outcome, to the member states that we work with. Besides parliamentarians, we also have programs for justice sector actors and civil servants. So we try to bring knowledge to these actors, see like, oh, look, these are the problems, these are some of the solutions. They might work well for you, they might not work. You know better. And to the third question of development, and I understand here development in the sense of the field of artificial intelligence. So there are some glimpses that we can, some hints that we can cautiously take from industry. It is true that we can spend a lot of time talking about regulation, and then suddenly generative AI comes along and 4 years of regulatory discussion are in the wide open. So there are some signs coming from industry. I think the path where the direction which big tech companies are going, and by no means is natural, is a choice, is developing assistant artificial intelligence, what they call agent AI agents, agentic AI, that can, rather than passively respond to you, they can do it more proactively, like work really as an assistant, like schedule my agenda, sign me up for this program or this kind of stuff, which is very fascinating. But when we're gonna be there, it varies. It really varies. What I can say in that regard, what is relevant to regulation, and there are some principles even from past digital regulation that we can take, is to abide by some ideas of, for example, tech neutrality, technology neutrality, to develop a regulation in a way, so first to develop a regulation in a way that is safe-proof for future changes in technologies. And for that, sometimes you have to refer to abstractions, right? You have to devise high-level principles. But then you have to also think of at what level are you regulating? There is international regulation, which is very abstract. There is national regulation, which is more focused in the national contexts. But then you have very specific standards are also a form of regulation, which are very specific. And standards, they change faster than a national law, right? So these are instruments that you can tap into to prepare for future changes in the technology. So I think with that, I conclude this round of questions. I hope this satisfied the answers. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gustavo. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have another round of questions like I promised earlier, but we're going to have more AI-related conversations and discussions throughout, the day and even the rest of the days that we're going to be here. Celine has some quick responses, and then we'll break for lunch after that.
Thank you very much, Abigail. I'm going to keep it short. Merci, l'honorable Massani, pour votre recommandation. Et c'est exactement ce qu'on essaye de faire avec nos différents IGF qu'on a à l'État, enfin, au niveau régional, sous-régional et national. On a, par exemple, jusqu'à présent, eu un Regional Parliamentary Track dans le continent africain. On en a eu un justement dans le continent asiatique. Cette année, on a déjà eu des activités en Amérique latine, mais cette année, pour la première fois, on a justement eu aussi, grâce au support justement de Marie Oudouma, on a eu notre premier Regional Parliamentary Track at the West African IGF. Et par exemple, on essaye aussi justement de coopérer avec nos différents partenaires, comme par exemple l'UNESCO, qui était aussi présent virtuellement, mais quand même, au IGF de l'Afrique centrale, où justement aussi l'honorable Safari était présent. Et on essaye justement d'avoir des conversations qui ne sont pas in silos, mais qui sont justement guidées jusqu'au forum global qu'on a après, par exemple, cette année à Riyad, l'année prochaine en Norvège, etc., etc. Donc, j'espère que ça vous aide. Et puis, merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you very much, Celine. I think we are going to break for lunch now. It's 1:14 Eastern African time, and we're supposed to be back here by 2 p.m. For the next session. All right, thank you all very much.
Just for you to know, ushers will kindly guide you to the delegate lounge, and we know that you're supposed to be back at 2 p.m. We have an online participant, and it would be great if you could make it in time. We know it's a little bit short, but we thank you very much for that. Thank you. It's in the delegate lounge. So ushers will bring you to the delegate lounge. It's in the different, I don't know. Ushers will be there.
Ushers, can you please direct delegates to the lounge venue, please?
We're going to start again in the afternoon at 2, but for now. Yes, yes. Would you say okay. Yeah. Tomorrow, it's at 9 a.m. How is it scheduled today? The one that you woke up and you missed up, yeah. I'm still excited about. We have the need. I think she said that there was a strong. Yeah. I think correct. Everybody, just to look and some central statistics to look could be how do we something you say but I have not seen either one of them. So I think it would be interesting to yeah. And I think that today
Are you not tired after a dance move system?
This one. You guys, you guys went to
Also, try that.
And then
stage with us. Are you joining us? No, if you want to. No, just do you need to introduce us or what? No, you don't have to. And Celine, just remind me, they've already had data sessions today, didn't they? They say anything about accuracy? I think that it is worth it. Can you tell me about the future? Yeah, just put it in anyway, sorry. It's still fine. It says he needs a passcode for Zoom. Guy. It's emailed to him, isn't it? He says that he. Will you talk to him? I also want to log in. not letting me open. Maybe because it's closed. Is it open? Oh, I'm also asking, it's asking me to get password. Oh, here it is. He sent it to me. Two 61668. It's not working. Okay. There it is. I'm gonna look. Janet, you managed to join. Can you make me a co-host? Or a panelist at least? Thank you. We have 25 people. Let's see by there yet. He's not there yet, eh? Let me tell him. Oh, he's in. Great, thanks.
My colleagues, do you hear me?
Very well, yes.
When should we start? No, no, no. I could change the screen so that he is. Well, let me see if I can do something else.
Perfect. Shall we start? Good afternoon, honorables, other participants, everyone who's with us online. We're starting a little bit late, but we are starting. Welcome back after lunch. My name is Henriette Esterhuizen. I am the convener of the African School on Internet Governance. I'm also senior advisor on internet governance at the Association for Progressive Communications, and I've been on the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the African IGF, and have worked the honor to work with the UN IGF Secretariat as chair of the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the global IGF. Well, let me jump right in. Now, some of you have participated in the African School on Internet Governance. I can see some of the participants from 2023 in the room, and participants from 2024. Currently, AfriSIG, the African School on Internet Governance, which is an initiative of 3 institutions: African Union Commission, Research ICT Africa in University of Cape Town, and Association for Progressive Communications. It's currently focusing on data governance, and specifically on data governance in Africa, both as a means for building national economic development, stronger digital economies, data governance as a mechanism for implementing African strategies, such as the Digital Transformation Strategy and the African Continental Free Trade Area, but also data governance in the sense of creating more accountable, transparent and reliable election processes, research and evidence-based policy. And together with Research ICT Africa and yourselves, we wanted to take this opportunity this afternoon to talk with you specifically in your capacity as members of Parliament about data, and about data as a public good. And why it's so important to look at data as a public good, and to look at the accountability and the way in which we as African governments and African research institutions, civil society and media, in which we can access or cannot access data that is generated by Africans, that is held by platforms. That's one aspect of it. Companies often that are not based in Africa and that have limited accountability to actually delivering public services or public interest data to African researchers and decision makers. So, and I won't dwell on that in too much detail. We'll hear about that. But what we'll do today are essentially 3 things. We'll look at data as a public good. We'll look specifically at some of the research we already have done on data and elections. And then we'll look at a new African-wide initiative, an alliance that was launched recently, I think in October, actually, October or September, maybe it was in September, which is trying to build a multi-stakeholder alliance in Africa for ensuring that we do have access to the data that we need for our purposes of planning and research. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'm going to ask them to say a little bit about themselves. We have with us a team from Research ICT Africa, Liz Orembe, who's from Kenya, and Sandra, who is South African, Zimbabwean. And both of them are going to tell you about different aspects of it. And then we have online with us a speaker, you can see him in the background, and Guy Berger, who's a research fellow at Research ICT Africa, previously a senior UN official at UNESCO. And prior to that, really a leading journalist in Africa who headed the School of Journalism at Rhodes University in South Africa, which many African journalists have passed through. But to start us off to talk about data as a public good, Sandra, I'm going to hand over to you, and you can say a little bit more about yourself as well.
Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament. My name is Sandra Makombirova. I am from Zimbabwe. I am a senior economist at Research ICT Africa and currently based in Cape Town, South Africa. To start us off, I'd like to talk about the concept of data as a public good, and why access to this high quality data, African data, is crucial for effective policymaking in Africa. So I'd like to start by explaining what a public good is. In economic terms, a public good is a good that has 2 characteristics, a good that is non-rival and non-excludable. So when we say goods are non-rival, this is when you have a good where one person's use of that good does not reduce its availability to the next person. For instance, listening to a free broadcasted radio station. If I listen to it, it doesn't reduce from your listening to it. And then when we say non-excludable, we're talking about a good where it is nearly impossible to exclude the next person's use, even if they didn't pay for it. For example, streetlights, everyone can use them without having to pay. And then in this same way, we want to have data. Well, we want to say that data can and should be used as a public good. For example, our public health data that our national hospitals collect and hold. This data can inform policies to better prepare for the next pandemics that can come through. Our agricultural data that our national statistic officers collect and hold. This can improve food security on the continent and help farmers and everyone else in the value chain adapt to climate challenges. Our current evidence base in our current data in Africa remains inadequate for policy making. And this is because the data that we hold and collect currently is often patchy in the sense that sometimes it's not necessarily representative of the whole population. It can be incomplete of different quality levels, so you can't really use it to compare in statistics and data analysis. Sometimes it can have limited scope and unavailable for public interest use. Access to high quality data is crucial for us, and especially you as policymakers, members of parliament, especially if you want to use it for evidence-based policymaking. It will be essential for your regulations and international collaboration, even regionally with the AFCFTA. This data can be used for planning, implementation, evaluation of policy and regulatory outcomes. It can also be used to contribute to progress towards reducing inequality, which is rampant on our continent, within our countries and among different member states. It can be used to fight poverty and reduce the impact of climate change. For example, if our African governments want to use AI technologies, which are heavily dependent on data, good quality data, if they want to use it to improve tax collection, for example, then it is important that we collect good quality data that is standardized and categorized for us to use it for evidence-based decision-making. Without this public data, what we see is our policies could lack the kind of precision that it needs to deliver public services to all citizens. And this data would really enable us to measure and assess our progress towards creating a more equitable and sustainable society. Once we have this data, it doesn't necessarily mean that it already automatically creates public value. What will be needed as well is to have a functional data infrastructure across all African countries. We also need to have clear regulations for data sharing and skilled professionals on the continent who can work on this data. I think the AU data policy framework also advocates for preferential access of our data to our African researchers, to our public authorities, so that we can be able to use this data first to come up with solutions to the problems that we have in Africa. So by treating data as a public good and for the public interest, we can empower all policymakers to be able to make decision-making with precision, drive sustainable development, and strengthen our communities. This can ensure that African data serves African interests and advances equitable and effective policies that will benefit everyone, particularly the most vulnerable who are often not represented in the current data that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sandra. Guy, we've kept you waiting, so I think let's let you go first. I know you want to talk to us about the alliance, but maybe if you can also give us examples of some of the data sets that are out there, that is potentially data that is of public interest and of value to African decision makers and implementers that we're not able to access because of current data regimes. So if you can tell us a bit about that, and then please go ahead and tell us about what Africans are currently doing to change this landscape.
Sure, thank you, Henriette. Do you hear me okay?
We hear you and we can see you and we can see your
the presentation
right now. So go
Wonderful.
ahead.
Greetings, honorables. It's a pleasure to speak to you. I have prepared a little PowerPoint here because sometimes these issues get a bit complex. But let me jump in and I will cover these questions that Henriette has set the scene for. So first of all, let me give you this. The South African election, which you know was in May, there's a character you see in this photograph. His name is Visvin Reddy. And he was very agitated about what he thought was going to be the exclusion of former President Jacob Zuma's party from the voters' roll. So he issued this statement, which you can read there. But this is not an empty threat, because if you look at the history of South Africa, just 3 years ago, we had a massive outbreak of rioting. It led to 281 people being directly killed in those riots. More people died subsequently of their injuries, but just in the days of those riots, that was what happened. And this was part of the picture as well. So when a politician makes a threat like that, you know, you need to take it very seriously. And indeed, what happened was that Visvin Reddy got sanctioned by the South African Electoral Court. That's one thing. So he was brought to book. But what about the social media companies that were the vectors that enabled him to make this threat across social media? Because at the end of the day, we need to know not just who is trying to destabilize the democracy, but we also need to know what are the media companies' plans and their actions, and how can we monitor it in order that incitement like that doesn't go ahead, particularly in a volatile country like South Africa. So this monitoring in real time and plans and actions is all implicated with data. And so this is the point, data access being key to the elections. I'd like to tell you that in February this year, the South African Editors Forum reassessed what online risks, such as this kind of statement by Visvin Reddy. And then they invited the big tech companies to cooperate in the mitigations of threats and monitoring, including in African languages, which, as we know, big tech do not cover very well at all, and guess the platform's responses. So could I ask you, dear honorables, to indicate if you think X responded? If you think yes, please raise your hand. Henriette, if anybody think that X responded to this invitation?
I'm asking them again. Do you think that X, Elon Musk's
Twitter, in
company, responded? Anyone
to
with
this
their
invitation?
No one's got their hand up.
Okay. Do you think TikTok responded?
TikTok?
Do you think
They
do you
say
think
so.
Meta? Okay. Do you think Meta responded to that? That's Facebook and WhatsApp. Do you think Google responded? Well,
They say they doubt it.
They doubted. Google was the only one that responded, despite 3 letters or 3 messages to these companies. Only Google responded. The other ones just didn't want to come to the party at all. Basically, they thought that they could do it all themselves. So after this, 2 NGOs took the issue forward. And South Africa, we have an ATI law, which is called the Promotion of Access to Information Act. And what response do you think they had there to this call under the law now to get access to information and data about the elections? So what response? Well, here Google said they don't have, Google ZA don't have the records. TikTok said we're not authorized or able to obtain the request information. Meta said they are not subject to the Promotion of Access to Information Act. Mind you, all these companies have offices in South Africa, and all of them carry advertising. X was another one that said they don't fall under the jurisdiction of South Africa. So in September, fortunately, the South African Information Regulator rules that it has got jurisdiction. That's Pansy Takula, the chair of the Information Regulator. And so an investigation is starting as to whether indeed these companies should hand over data and information related to their plans for the election. Of course, now the election is history. So you can see where that's likely to go when it comes, as it probably will come, to court cases where these companies say they don't have any obligation to meet these data requests. So that's the behavior of very big data holders, namely the platforms. But if we look at who's in favor of ATD, access to data, the UNGA Global Digital Compact, I'm sure you all heard of that. It was part of the Summit of the Future. UN Principles on Information Integrity, produced by Secretary General Guterres' office. UNDP, G20, which South Africa is the host next year. OECD, these are entities in favor of ATD. And if you look at the AU's African Digital Compact, they also recognize the importance of this data divide, which they say is about the difficulties for access, utilizing, and benefiting from data. Okay. And the African Digital Compact notes that this divide hinders informed decision-making and policy formulation. So this is exactly what happened in the South African elections, because one didn't have any information from the platforms about what they were doing to monitor and mitigate disinformation. As was said by Sandra shortly, for you, members of parliament, if you don't know what's going on, if you can't get access to data, how can you do your job? And then the AU African Digital Compact notes that this also limits capacity for innovation and development. So it's about accountability on the one hand, and it's about sustainable development on the other hand. And what they pointed to, that Africa really needs robust data governance frameworks. Okay. Now, you may know all the EMBs, most of the EMBs in Africa have got an association, and they issued these guidelines, which were adopted late last year. And in these guidelines, they said that internet platforms should provide access to relevant data. They should curate it. They should make this access available by APIs. Those are the technical interfaces by which you can have a pipe direct into their databases. And this is, said the association, to enable independent monitoring of content and networks that can harm election integrity. So lots of entities promoting this. Another one is this statement that came from a UNESCO conference. And as Andrea said, I'm a bit biased because I worked for UNESCO for 11 years. The Accra statement, harnessing the power of data. This was agreed in early October in Ghana. And then you also had the African Fact-Checking Network, which is an important group of about 50 different entities doing fact-checking. And they came with this declaration. And so all of these were also pushing the importance of access to data, including private sector data. The example that the fact checkers need, I'll just go through this quickly, but it gives you a kind of concrete feel, because you as members of parliament, you need to also figure out what data sets are of interest to you, depending on what business you're looking at. So the fact checkers want to know all the public posts on the platforms, because they want to assess what is authentic, and they want to assess if there are coordinated information operations on there. They want the user data, the public profile information, not private, and they want advert data because that's important, and they want impact data and the metadata. The metadata, for example, data about a particular incitement, for example, or a particular false claim. that's circulating on WhatsApp, you can get, there is the metadata. Although the message is encrypted once it comes to light, you can track the metadata. Where did it go to? And was a correction sent back along the chain or not of the spread of disinformation? So the number of posts also labeled, removed, and downgraded. That kind of data will show you also what the platforms are doing or not doing about the content. So that just gives you a flavor. Now, we did some research at RIA. Liz Orembo and I were particularly involved in this. And this is what we found, and Liz is going to tell you shortly more research we've done. But we found that some people trying to get access to data in elections are scraping. That means that they basically surf the internet and they copy paste and they try and count and they do it all manually. And the limits there is that you can't do it. It's very labor intensive and you can't really get serious patterns. You don't get big data. And legally speaking, most of these platforms ban you and say they can sue you if you do this. And in some cases, they have done so, particularly Elon Musk. The other alternative is that some research interests are buying data from data brokers. These are companies that get data and then resell it. Now, it's very expensive. It's unbelievably expensive, particularly for African stakeholders. The other problem that we found is that the API data sets are limited. So API, remember, that's the technical interface into the database. For example, where you can get it on these data brokers, you don't get labels. So example, you can't see if they're labeled content as AI generated or they're labeled as fact checked or that they put another label or urging you to pause before you reshare. So this is also the case, by the way, even if when you have official data, official access, which you do have in the EU. At the moment, the API data sets are limited. So that is the sad state. African stakeholders are either excluded, they've got to scrape, or they have to buy it. It's very expensive. And even when they buy it, they find they can't get full data sets. So moving on here to the prospects for Africa, this is a report that assesses some of those issues, and I won't go into it now, but just to flag it to you. I wanted to give you, however, this insight from this global data barometer, 109 countries worldwide. What they found is that Africa scores below the global average across all pillars of data. That's the governance of data, capabilities to use data, the availability of data, and the use of data. Now, obviously, this presentation, I'm looking particularly at availability of data because it's interconnected with the other ones, but it's an issue in its own right. And what they say then is that we need to invest in institutional frameworks, data infrastructure, and capacity building. Okay, I don't think that will come as a surprise to you. What to do? You can ask the data holders to cooperate voluntarily. This on the right is a publication I did shortly after retiring from UNESCO, but UNESCO published it. And this was encouraging companies to share data voluntarily. And some of them do to some extent. So to give them a bit of credit there. But is that enough? There's mandated cooperation possibilities, such as in the EU. Here's an interesting statement. It says, public authorities must compel major internet platforms to provide independent parties with meaningful data about the impact that social media has on democracy. Who said this? The Kofi Annan Commission. So this is not something coming from the EU. This is something coming from the continent. That you need also to have some compulsion. Compulsion means law. So if we look at the legal situation, you find that 35 countries, 55, have data protection, and 29 have access to information laws. So already we can see there's a slight imbalance there as things stand. There's more protection of data and there's less access. But even the access, because of the history, these access to information laws were really passed before data became the #1 powerful asset. which it's become in the past 3 to 5 years. So many of these laws, they don't refer to access to data, they don't refer to the private sector. So that's a state of law that could be used to compel access in some countries. Now, some people want to say, well, how can you have access data if you also need to protect data? Well, we've got these two African instruments, and indeed they're not incompatible. You can have both. You can protect personal privacy and you can have access to data. And this is what countries have to figure out, if they're going to have laws that cover both, or laws in parallel, or regulators that are converged, or regulators that are working in parallel. So I'm going to start wrapping up now. The issues for MPs, members of parliament, to explore. I think it's really important to start exploring this question of extending the ATI laws, or passing them if you don't have, in order to cover data. If we don't do this, we're really missing the major source of value in the contemporary world. We also need to provide for ATD to apply to the private sector. It's not just access to data in state holdings. We need to policy regimes for who is eligible for access to data. For example, you don't want a kind of complete free fall, a Cambridge Analytica situation. So, academics, NGOs, members of parliament, yourselves, electoral management body, journalists, AI startups have a huge interest in access to data. How on earth can they try to train generative AI customer services in African languages if they can't get access to the African language content that's on social media? Who would oversee the vetting process to see who's a bona fide academic MP, etc.? What are the criteria? What are the acceptable limits on the data that would be availed? And how to ensure that there is capacity and compute power to do big data analysis. Okay, we have a brand new opportunity, which is really super. This emerged last week. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights passed this resolution just last week. And it urges state parties to ensure that data held by public institutions and bodies receiving public funds, as well as that held by private actors, where there's an overriding public interest in access, this should be made publicly available by default, in alignment with the principle of maximum disclosure, except where justified. Okay, this is a really, really important call on states. The resolution mandates the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression Access to Information to consult broadly around the continent to examine and develop appropriate normative standards. These standards can guide data collection, deployment, and access issues. So that would also include the privacy side. And in this process, your members of parliament voices should be heard. I think it would be a really disappointing thing if the rapporteur was to do a report and there were no points of view of parliamentarians in this as to what these appropriate normative standards should be. Then, as Anriette mentioned, there's this African Alliance for Access to Data. That's the website. It's not completely launched. It should be in a week's time, but it's a coalition, and disclosure, I'm the voluntary convener of this coalition at the moment. You can see the name, African Alliance for Access to Data. Who is it? It's networks and it's individuals. I'm one of the individuals. But the regulatory formations, Network of Information Commissions, Network of Independent Media Councils, and we are in discussion with election authorities, data protection authorities, hopefully African Network on Information, African Network of Parliamentarians on Information, Internet Governance could join. There's civil society groups there, Pan-African groups, and some national and regional groups. So you're very welcome to join as individuals or as associations, and you just have to contact me. I'll give my email at the end, and we'll give you add you to the mailing list. You can be an observer, you can be an active participant, but it's a way to keep informed. We have meetings once a month. So the last thing I want to say is diarize this date, March 2025 is Open Data Day. it's an annual event, but here it's starting there. It's a chance for you as parliamentarians to really come to grips with this issue of data and data access. So I would really be so bold as to suggest that you might want to use March next year to hold some public hearings about what are the frameworks in your countries, how fit for purpose are your current laws, and how can you raise awareness about the importance of all-around data access and capacity and all those issues for your societal stakeholders. We're counting on you. You're the elected representatives. You have such an important role to play. It's very hard to advance this agenda if the parliamentarians are not leading on it. So thank you, and may our cups runneth over with data. And there's my email if you want to get in touch. Henriette, back to you.
Thanks very much, Guy. There's applause in the room for you. And we're going to open for questions just now, but I want Liz first to tell about how she's actually done research that delves into this in a much more specific way. So we'll have 5 more minutes and then we're going to open the discussion. Guy, are you able to stay with us a bit longer?
I have to go fairly soon, but I'll stay as long as I can. Thanks.
Okay. Well, maybe then if there's a question before you leave, because we are running late, does anyone have a question for Guy based on this presentation? I have a question, a quick one, Guy. Why is it necessary to modify existing access to information legislation? Wouldn't it already cover data? I mean, is it really necessary? Or is it a minor amendment to the legislation that is needed? I mean, why wouldn't I be able to file an access to information request in a country like South Africa, where our legislation compels private companies to also make information available? Why couldn't I file access to data that's in the public interest request under our existing legislation? Why do we need to change the laws?
Thanks, Henriette. Well, I think most countries don't, first of all, many countries don't even have an access to information law. Second of all, most countries that have them don't apply to the private sector because they predate the rise of the private sector as an important player in this space, if not the most important nowadays. And thirdly, if your data is not mentioned explicitly, you can end up in legal squabbles about what is information and what is data. And the last thing I want to say is that because these things begin to impact on privacy, data protection, they have regulatory implications. So it may be that an ATI law envisages an access to information regulator. But once you're talking about data, you've also got to keep in mind, how does the legislation balance with data protection? And so this is why I think it is important. Certainly, we should not sit back and say nothing can be done, but there's a lot of sense to look into modernizing and making fit for purpose. Because most of these laws, where they exist, predate this convergence that we see around the data issue. And the critical issue that Sandra also mentioned, which is data as a public good. How do you unlock this asset for the benefit of Africa? And unlocking information is one thing, but unlocking data is an additional thing. Perhaps on a spectrum, but it's worth mentioning that explicitly and seeing who holds the data and how does one get access to that.
Thanks.
I'm very happy, by the way, I'm very happy to share the PowerPoint. Perhaps I'll send it to Henriette and then you could circulate to the...
Send it to Celine and she will circulate it. Thanks very much, guys.
Okay.
So that's very clear. I think it's a definitional issue in our legislation, our ATI legislation, making sure that the definition of information includes data, different kinds of data, and then very importantly, to make sure that that legislation doesn't only compel public institutions, government, but also private entities. And I think this links also to the Global Digital Compact. There's not just the data governance component of the compact that relates to this, but also digital public goods. How can we actually invest and develop digital public goods if data isn't recognized as a public good? Liz,
Henriette, I do see that Zoe Titus online has raised her hand.
Zoe, Celine, Zoe, can you give Zoe the right to speak? But Zoe, do you mind waiting until after Liz has done her presentation? I'm just checking the chat.
Not a problem, Henriette.
No, go ahead, Zoe. You are online now. Introduce yourself, ask your question quickly, and then Guy can respond, and then Liz can go. Just introduce yourself to the room, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Zoe Titus. I am with the Namibia Media Trust based in Windhoek, Namibia. And by the way, we are also involved in the alliance that Guy mentioned earlier. Guy, you make very specific reference to access to information laws and potential need to amend those laws. Law reform is a long-term investment. The process in South Africa, I know, started several years ago. And I know that activists are really trying to make that law fit for purpose. There is a lot of developments around AI policy on the continent. Is that potentially an entry point for the changes that we need? And Henriette, to you, is this potentially an opportunity for us to look at the Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms to further emphasize the need to access to data? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Zoe. Very pertinent question. And in fact, AI is such a topic here at the African IGF. There are multiple sessions dealing with it. Guy, you can answer the first question. I'll answer the second.
Yeah, I think that parliamentarians, of course, their major role is making laws. And as you say, Zoe, this takes a long time. But it's important to make laws that are going to be forward-looking. Data isn't going away. We've got to start that process. And the other thing I think is that parliamentarians don't only pass laws, they can set agendas, they can, raise awareness, they can do advocacy. And by having public hearings on these issues, including the intersection of access to data and AI, parliamentarians can really help, advance public cooperation, voluntary corporations. They can help raise awareness on the part of stakeholders. They can help draw attention to the need for policy to have capabilities and compute and all those things that are not necessarily in the realm of law. But I would just say in conclusion that if you have no African data, you have no African AI. It's as simple as that. And so that's why this thing is absolutely fundamental. If you look at the tech stack of AI, you have to look at data and the access to data, and data is a public good, and data by Africans for Africans. And this data is by and large generated by Africans, as Henriette mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Guy. And I think, Zoe, absolutely. I think it's very important that rights frameworks in Africa, such as the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms, takes this on board. It's a human rights issue, but it's an economic justice issue as well, because as Guy says, if we don't have African data, African access to data, that data exists, but it won't be benefiting African institutions and African governments and decision makers. It would be used by big tech global companies who are already using our data without any accountability and with very limited benefit coming back to the continent. Thanks, Guy. Thanks, Zoe. I think now we'll move on to Liz, and if everyone can stay around, we are going to, we need to finish by 2:30, but there will be more time for discussion. So people online, you can put your questions in the chat, and those in the room, please think about what you want to ask. Liz.
Thank you, Henriette. I would like to say that being the last speaker, I might repeat what Sandra and Guy say. I will talk to you about data and the roles of stakeholders in an election ecosystem as regards to data. who produces what data, who needs to access what data, and how will their access to data help them in their role in an election ecosystem. But first of all, I think you'll agree with me that in an elections environment, we want people to have free access to information because when they have information and when they're empowered with that information, then they can better engage with the electoral process. They can better make decisions about which leader to choose. They can also engage in informed conversations about what policy issues they want to put forward. And even for politicians, it's the same. They can better get information on what policy issues that their constituencies are concerned with. They can also get information on how they performed either when they were in office or elections data itself, how they did perform in the previous elections, and get a projection on how they're going to perform in a current election cycle where as it takes place. So, but we have challenges. That's just an ideal environment where there's access to data and there's use of that data. The society is well informed, but we have challenges where we don't have that ideal situation. One of them is uneven access to data and also uneven capacities to use that data. That is among the citizenry, but also among stakeholders themselves. So you find people who have access to data and others don't have access to data. Those who have access to data can get the truth of a situation. Those who don't have, when misinformation is spread, they don't even know where to go get information. And this data can be in very many forms. We are talking about videos, past videos, current videos. We're talking about data in form of qualitative data, in form of words, in form of very many pictures, but also in form of numbers. And there are very many numbers that are being generated in the very many activities that you do. In an election ecosystem, we have numbers from elections bodies, voter registration, how people vote, past election, current elections. We also have, because elections are also about conversations about policies, we also have data about policy, performance of policies, people's preference and all that. So I was talking about challenges and I touch on uneven access and even uneven capacities to use data, because you can get access to data, but if it's given to you in form or in a manner that you can't digest, you can't make meaning of it, then that capacity to use that data is limited and you can't use it. Another one, Guy and Sandra and Henriette, I think, talked about is opacity of platforms. We engage so much on social media, and there's very many things that are happening on social media, and not just social media, other digital platforms as well. And it means that much of our policy decisions, if you want to make evidence-based policies, then we need access to data that these platform owners have for us to learn what directions to take and what problems, what challenges that we have. Another one, uneven awareness of value of data, range of roles in the elections, which stakeholder collects what data. And sometimes there are organizations that do generate data in their work, but they don't even know that data is valuable to another stakeholder. So that it makes them hold that data. It kind of facilitates that an environment of data silos where we have data, but you don't even know where that data is. And even that person who's holding that data doesn't know how useful it can be to another person. Of course, there are infrastructural issues, as Sandra spoke about. there are also controversies around protection of personal information, accuracy of data, especially when data is generated by maybe through an illegitimate process, questionable process, methodologies that are not transparent for us to critically interrogate. So those are the challenges that we do have, and I believe that tackling these challenges involves some of the suggestions that Guy mentioned, policy responses, how we look at data, access to data as access to information as a public good, putting this in the agenda because there's no much awareness on the value of data. Then I'll go to, and Rachel will tell me how much time I've left because I still have a lot to go through. Okay, I'll talk about a few stakeholders and how they've managed data. And one of them, a critical one. First, this research was covered in 4 African countries, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, and the other one I keep on forgetting. I keep on forgetting the third country, but it's not of importance of now. But we can all see that election management bodies do collect a lot of data or significant data about elections. One of them is voting, how we vote, but also there's also voter registration. There's also procurement, from procurement and their own processes of managing elections, that if that data is made available, it promotes trust, public trust in the electoral process. And they also face challenges when there's lack of transparency or lack of data, not just from their source of data, but other source of data in the whole data ecosystem, where they're also attacked by misinformation and their credibility is also affected. We all know the results of contested election system, violence and all that. And we also want good governance and all that. Yeah, so they do collect that kind of data, but we've seen situations where there are challenges where people can use, where people use that data, or they have different capacities for using that data. Good examples where election managing bodies have partnered with other institutions to make use of this data are where they partner with institutions like academia and even media, so that there's that parallel tallying of results. They collect, they have an API, some data pipe system, so that when results are keyed in, the other stakeholders who can get that result and the media can actually project to people. In some certain instances, there are African elections that have operated like US elections, where media is able to tell which candidates are winning elections, just like the US election itself. And it's brought up an environment where people trust the election system. But it has also come with challenges because infrastructural issues, like some of my colleagues have pointed out, some of these data pipes being released at a very much later point where stakeholders can't make use of it. Sometimes the ends where stakeholders connect this data, the infrastructures, they are not interoperable. So when it's also released at an untimely manner, there's so much that stakeholders can do and benefit from this process. In 2 countries where we had this research, mainly Ghana and Kenya, we saw the role of OGP in creating that value of data. And there are e-governance platforms, there are open data platforms where stakeholders really made use of data for various reasons, including elections. But the challenge with this is that with change of governments, we find different interests on the value of data, and these projects have collapsed in both countries. The projects have collapsed. Guy talked about journalists and fact checkers. I'm not going to repeat about that, but just to say also, the media is also struggling in terms of digesting some of this data that are coming from other institutions. So first of all, sustainability. Second, fighting misinformation also involves resources. It also involves access to data, and it also involves having capacity to process that data in a way that they can bring the truthful information to electorate. So I'm being told of time, and I said I'll just mention about the election management bodies, but the research also covers election observers. And one thing that I'll mention about election observers is that when they do observe elections, there's that mismatch between what kind of data or what kind of component that they should observe in election, especially as our election management or processes change with time as we adopt more technologies. The election management bodies also have, plus also observers, haven't also found ways in which they can share data for election observers to observe the integrity process of the elections. And in some countries, this is taking place yet, but I don't think they've really found a way. But for example, in Kenya, still election observers get results the way the public also get results. So there's not much interrogation about the election process itself. I think I'll stop there, Andret.
Thanks very much, Liz. And just a quick follow-up question on that, because I've heard from election observers and the institutions that sent delegations to observe elections in Africa that they don't have the capacity, that they realize that they have to extend their observation in order to assess whether an election is free and fair to the online space. But they find it very difficult to do that. They don't have the resources, they don't have the techniques to do that. Is that something that will also be covered in your research?
Yeah, that is something that is going to be covered in the research. But the point that I really wanted to make, I don't know whether it came clear, is that the elections observers themselves need to observe the election right from before voting, to after voting itself. But usually, when the results are keyed in, then the thing becomes opaque, and there are legal questions, issues of legality on who should access what system for elections data verification. Yeah.
And thanks very much, Liz. And I'm sorry to cut you short, but I want to help Celine by making sure we finish at the original time we were supposed to finish. And also, I know everyone's tired and needs a coffee break. But let's open the floor. I see Maha, Honorable Koroni. Let's start with you, Maha, and then we'll go to Honorable Masani.
Thank you, Andret, and thank you for the speakers. And of course, Guy, but unfortunately he's not here. His presentation is really good. We would love to have it, Celine, please. My question is about data sovereignty and the problem about having data as a public good and the data sovereignty in most of the countries, not just in our countries. And I think the African countries are more, I cannot say, but they are more closed on the data. You are talking about access to information. We don't have even a legislation for access to flow of information or the free access of information. So let alone having an access to data, which I don't think that we will not have anything like that in the near future.
And most of the entities, not just governmental entities, even the private sector, they feel that they own this data and they don't want to share it. And what is in it for me? We have to give them some kind of incentive or anything that when they share the data or give us the access to data, they will benefit out from it by way or another. So how can we deal with this dilemma? Thank you.
Thanks, Maha. Honorable Karoni.
Merci Harriet, merci pour la présentation. Je vais parler en français. Moi, j'ai deux préoccupations. La première, c'est sur la connectivité. Je viens d'un pays qui est très vaste, 1 211 000 km². Le problème de connectivité aujourd'hui.
Just pause a minute. I want to make sure we have the right channel for the interpretation.
Yeah, it seems to be on.
Interpreters, are you there? Okay. I can't hear them.
Perhaps to the technical team. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
I can? OK. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je disais que moi, je viens d'un pays vaste qui a une superficie de 1 211 000 km². Le problème de la connectivité est quand même un défi très important. Cette connectivité, généralement dans nos pays, il y a trois contraintes qui font qu'on n'a pas cette connectivité. D'abord, la superficie, le territoire est très vaste. C'est pourquoi d'ailleurs, quand on fait des comparaisons que je vois parfois sur le net par rapport au taux de pénétration d'Internet, la comparaison, le Rwanda ne fait même pas 1/20 de la superficie de mon pays. Donc, je pense qu'il faut tenir compte de la réalité. Dans vos recherches, je pense qu'il faut penser à ce problème de connectivité qui a trois contraintes. D'abord, le problème de la superficie du territoire, le problème d'énergie. Parce que même si on veut se connecter, s'il n'y a pas d'électricité, on ne peut pas se connecter. Et le problème de sécurité. Le cyberterrorisme, le terrorisme lui-même en tant que tel, dans le Sahel, tout le monde sait ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Ça, c'est ma première préoccupation. Donc, il y a un défi sur ces trois choses. Par rapport à la deuxième préoccupation, c'est la souveraineté des données. La plupart du temps, bon, moi, je suis informaticien, donc j'ai travaillé dans beaucoup de pays avec des équipes qui ont fait confectionner des fichiers biométriques. La confection du fichier biométrique, parfois, il y a une complicité entre les gouvernants et l'opérateur. Généralement, le gouvernement qui a fait confectionner le fichier, dans la plupart de nos pays, je n'ai pas dit dans tous les pays, c'est lui qui gagne les élections parce qu'il y a eu une complicité, il y a eu une fraude qui a été organisée, vraiment qui n'est pas transparente. Donc, moi, je pense que ces deux défis sont des choses sur lesquelles vous devrez vous pencher. Et je voulais savoir comment pensez-vous que les pays africains peuvent venir à bout de ce. En dehors du Sénégal aujourd'hui, qui a démontré sa capacité vraiment par rapport à la démocratie, qui n'a pas de problème en termes de gestion de données, je ne vois pas quel est le pays. Actuellement, les élections sont en cours de préparation au Ghana, on a entendu, ou en Côte d'Ivoire. La révision du fichier électoral est devenue un problème. Moi, je veux savoir comment vous voyez l'avenir de cette gestion des élections démocratiques dans notre continent. Merci.
Trust Honorable Karoni to ask a really difficult, big picture, future-oriented question. Any other questions before I give to the panel? I don't see other hands here right now. I see Honorable Safari and Mabinti. Is it similar questions or should we let different questions? Okay, so let's hear a response to these first and we'll do another round. Sandra, do you want to try that particularly? Well, go ahead. We'll take Sandra and then Liz, and I will add.
Okay, thank you, Honorable, for that question. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have in Africa is a lack of that foundational infrastructure that you're speaking of. We have a lot of load shedding and power cuts in different countries. We have no access to data for a lot of the individuals in Africa from different reasons, spanning from no connectivity or not being able to use the internet because they don't have the knowledge of it or the digital skills of using the internet, and also the high data costs and devices of using the internet. So I think you're correct in saying that we don't have that foundational infrastructure for us to even think about the data sharing. On top of this, we have different data protection laws in Africa. Countries have different data protection laws, those 36 African countries that do have these laws. And they're often fragmented in the sense that we can't then share that data amongst African countries in the collaborative and public interest value that we envision for Africa. And one of the promising things that we have at the table right now is the African free trade, the African continental free trade area, with the adoption of the AFCFTA protocol on digital trade. We have seen this instrument as trying to be progressive enough to offer solutions to some of these problems that you have just spoken of, in terms of harmonizing the different laws that we have on the continent, making sure that if we're going to share data within countries and most importantly across countries, making sure that it is within the required data governance frameworks, referencing to the AU data policy framework, as well as just making sure that those who we do give our data to use it in a manner that respects human rights. And I know there's a clause in the protocol on digital trade that says that African countries still have the right to assess if the cross-border data flows would affect reasons of public interest and wanting to protect that national security that you have just spoken of. And one of the things that we want to propose is for us to produce better data on our African continent to be able to inform these electoral processes. Like you've just said, you come from a country where it's big and there's vast land, and it is difficult to get data. And what we are proposing is investing in collecting nationally representative data. And to fund this, we're proposing a 1% contribution from the domain name systems registration fees of all countries. This fund could really help in funding proper data collection in African countries that is of the correct, standardized and categories that will ensure good quality data that can inform different different policy spaces, especially for you as members of parliament who are in charge of setting the agenda as well as laws. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very interesting questions were asked, but also in those questions asked, pertinent issues also came up. And I really don't want to mention countries. There are very many, because African countries are progressing towards more incorporating more technology in their elections. There are issues to deal with where that electoral data is being stored. And it's because in some cases there's no trust in the institution, but also the fact that data centers are physical. And there are cases where data centers have been physically vandalized to get rid of data, so that election or even parties that are collecting parallel data from elections are unable to do so. And I think some of these things can be dealt with at a policy level in how we can investigate such crime and even punish such crime. And also at infrastructural level, how are data from data centers going to be mirrored in a way that an attack on one cannot affect the other? There was a question on access to data, and I think one of them, we've been talking about access to data and uneven access to data the whole of this week. Even yesterday, we were presenting how Africans are accessing data. And I think one way we can tackle this is to get correct statistics on how Africans are accessing data, not just from the supply side of it, but also the underlying issues that is making Africans not access this data. Because in some cases, we find that there's coverage, there's mobile coverage, there's internet coverage, but still people are not using data, maybe because affordability reasons, economical reasons, as well as socio-cultural reasons and political reasons as well. Sovereignty, I think it's a very broad issue and I don't have expertise in it, but one thing that I'll say is that sovereignty is very broad. And I think when you talk about sovereignty, we need to be specific on what data and data categorization also. Decide what data do we want to give and who do we want to give it, what data is more sensitive, and how can we protect people as we're sharing data, and also what are we trying to achieve when restricting data as well as allowing data. I think it's a very broad issue that can't be tackled just in a blanket form. It should be very specific. Yeah, that's what I can contribute.
Thanks, Sandra and Liz. I'll just add a little bit to that. I think, well, in response to Maha, I think the African Union data policy framework actually provides a good balance between concern for protection of data and access to data as a public good. And I think that we need to remember that not all data is personal data, and it's possible to have some sovereignty, in other words, some controlled access for African states to data generated by their citizens in their countries, while still also ensuring data flows across borders, which the African Continental Free Trade Area's digital protocol allows us to do, while also having data protection and protection of privacy. These are not mutually exclusive. I think what happens to us in many contexts is that there are other trends and drives that sometimes distort how we develop policy. So, for example, in Africa, the campaigns and the process of establishing access to information legislation happened a long time ago. It's like nearly 20 years, 15, 20 years ago. But we now have, I think, something like only 20-something countries in Africa with access to information legislation. The drive for data protection legislation started much later, and we now have 33, 34 countries in Africa with data protection legislation, and we have the Malabo Convention. Why? Why did data protection legislation proceed so much more quickly than access to information legislation? Anyone know the answer? GDPR. Because African states, in order to trade with Europe, needed to have data protection legislation that's compliant with the European General Data Protection legislation. So it means that we're developing our policy ecosystems in a distorted way, because actually data protection legislation and access to information legislation are two sides of the same coin. We need both, and we need regulators that can implement them fairly. And I think this is where the role of parliamentarians so important, to ensure that legislation is developed in a holistic way to give us a stronger ecosystem, not just this piece of policy here and that piece of policy there. And I think then, just in response to Honorable Karani, I share your concern, and I think this is a challenge again for MPs, but for all of us. We tend to, in the internet governance sector, move from one challenge and opportunity to another without actually finishing what we started with the Africa Information Society initiative in the 1990s, which was to have sufficient national electricity and internet backbone and infrastructure so that there's a baseline of digital equality where all our citizens can have at least some form of access. Are we talking about that at the African IGF? Barely. A little bit, but not a lot. We're talking about AI, we're talking about data. And I think that's a challenge. We cannot ignore emerging issues, but if we do not actually attend to the basic issues, we're just not going to reap the benefit of digitalization if we don't have more equality. But I've taken too much time here. So Safari, Honorable Safari and Mabinti, please let's have your questions.
Thank you first, because Ariette, I think you have answered my question before even I ask it. It was about the balance between data protection and data access, because maybe I didn't hear well Mr. Guy when he put together the data protection and the data from a policy framework from the AU. I was thinking there was maybe some kind of a conflict between those two policy, but it's just a matter of getting the right balance between the two. But I would like also to add on something on data sovereignty. I think when we speak about data sovereignty, we have also to speak about data localization, ownership, and equality. Localization, because many of those big data machine, AI, they are processing data. They are making a lot of money from data coming from Africa, but the revenue out of that data, we are not sharing those revenue with those big data company. If a company like Google is making a lot of money on like data localization for the Google map, we are giving data when you are moving around the city, so they can be able to sell their product, giving a geolocalization, but the benefit, the profit will go maybe in the US or in the Ireland where the company is registered. We need to have a way to data to be localized. It was generated from where, and revenue be shared with the owner of those data. That's where maybe if we can reach that level, many of the countries we are pushing for data sovereignty protection, they may find a way to at least to release, because many of them, they want to protect the data because they think they are making, company are making a lot of money, but they are not sharing the revenue. Another thing was the equality. I think data is data. If it's 1 byte, it's 1 byte in the US, it's 1 byte in Kenya. So I don't know if we can take example from Twitter. I hear a lot of complaints from Twitter people, young people from Kenya, who are complaining that they can have a lot of impression in terms of publication, but they are getting paid even 10% less than the one in the US. A Twitter user will have a million of impression in Kenya, getting paid $20, but a user will have only 100 impression in the US, getting paid $1,000. It's something we have also to speak about data equality on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Safari. Mabinti.
Good afternoon again. Of course, I'm Honorable Mabinti from Sierra Leone, and presenters Liz, Sandra, and Guy. Thanks so much for the presentation. Of course, as someone who came from a small country like Sierra Leone, and we had data problems in terms of elections for our last elections. So I had in Guy's presentation, he spoke about Association of African Election Authority guidelines. So why am I interested in this one? It's the simple fact that in our past elections, we had so many problems in terms of data accessibility, because the Elections Authority could not even release disaggregated data in terms of voter registration, neither did they release the elections results. So there was this fight between the elections body and the opposition and other observers. So my question here is, how are these guidelines enforceable to member states that are in the Association of African Elections Authority? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mapenti. Sandra and Liz, let's hear your responses and then we'll close our session.
For those two questions, I will talk about the data localization on the African continent. I think you're very right in saying that we need to be able to have data localization policies that are progressive for Africans, making sure that the data that is collected here in Africa, in terms of whether it's data collected from different platforms, online, on Twitter, that it is hosted here in Africa for us to be able to protect our data sovereignty. I think what we need to do as Africans is to make sure that the progressive policies from the AU data policy framework, we manage to look at our data protection laws that we have in different African countries to see how we can implement those progressive laws on data localization and sovereignty in our different data protection laws to make sure that we are able to harmonize the laws that we have. And if we're going to trade our data within Africa, there can be those trusted, I want to talk about the concept of adequacy. African countries can be able to trust that another African country has the adequate protection to be able to protect the data that we have. Yes.
On data localization, I think we all know a story of a country which held its elections data in a foreign country, and there was a court process. When they were trying to access this data, it was very, very challenging, and there were very clumsy excuses for it. The country where it was holding the data, the people who were contracted saying that they're in nighttime, the staff are not working, or they're not standby, and things like that.
Which country? We have Chatham House rules here. You can tell us which country.
I think. Yeah, I also don't want to be attacked outside this building. If you give me freedom after speech, yeah. So I think it still lies with us because I think we don't trust our own election management bodies and even other institutions that support it to actually give us a good elections, a trusted, fair election. So we have trust issues, and even not just even with the data itself, the credibility itself, but even with our own institutions. I don't know how we are going to tackle this because these things seem so interrelated in how we even appoint the data protection commissioners, the data governance, even the data governance bodies, and all that. And from the research and most of the interviewees that we actually interviewed, they report that this is a very big issue in how even people use data and even how they give out data. You find that in many scenarios, most data commissioners are political appointees. And even when they are not political appointees, when the government changes, the whole structure changes. Both the technical infrastructure itself, it changes because the government has a different agenda, and even the political composition of that institution also changes. So these are fundamental issues that I think we need to discuss further to find the underlying, how to tackle the underlying challenges of data localization itself because it's not just about the technical capacity of it, but also the political implication, who has more power over the other, and things like that. I think that's what I'll respond to.
Thanks very much, Liz. And I think just to summarize there, I think, and maybe to add to the issue of data localization, is that trust becomes essential, and trust in human rights protections as well. Trust that data that is held of a personal nature in a country is not going to be unduly made available inappropriately without transparency to state authorities, for example. So I think I mean, for me, the strength of this is that all the challenges that we've talked about, which is the harmonization of policy and regulation, having legislation that allows localization, sovereignty, but also protection of personal data, and looking at data as a public good, and the institutions themselves, the integrity and capacity of the data protection authorities, of the information regulators. All of this is something that parliaments can do a lot about. So I think this doesn't mean your task is very easy, but I really think you are so strategically located to play a role in making sure that these different processes are developed in a way that doesn't just achieve one more piece of policy or one more institution, but that contributes to an ecosystem where we are able to both protect data when it needs to be protected, but make it available when it needs to be made available. So thanks very much for the opportunity to partner with you on behalf of the African School on Internet Governance. Thanks to Research ICT Africa and to Celine, and thanks to the hardworking members and honorables in the room.
We would go now for 20 minutes coffee break and come back for our last session of the day. Thank you so much.
It's the same code. It's the difference is going to a mobile. Thanks very much. Are you breaking now or later? No. We managed to cut some time out. No, but not enough. Thanks, Sandra. That was very nice. You did a very nice. The guys' presentation is just right. I'm going to use the red because I'm old.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the last segment, I would assume, last session for the day. It's been a long day, I would assume. So we'll just, without further ado, we go straight in and maybe start the conversations. We will be speaking about advancing data governance in Africa. looking at it from a legislative perspective and how we can help. My name is Joshua, and I'm a junior policy advisor with the Data Participation Program, which is also the Data Governance Initiative Program in GIZ. And I will be having two people speak with me, and the idea is that we would have it as a fireside chat, and every member of parliament and other observers are free to join in, mostly members of parliament. That way we can be able to contribute to the discourse. I would invite over to the stage David Karunda, who is a policy advisor for the Data Participation Program. And I also invite onto the stage Honorable Shaib, who also is a member of parliament for Nigeria as a senator. And we would steer the conversation and hoping that we would have input. Then we also would love to have Mama Mary, which is Mary Duma, on the stage. She would speak on behalf of the private sector, and that way we're able to have a balanced stage. So maybe before, as she comes, yeah, you come up. I would give a few minutes discussion on what we plan to achieve by the end of this section. Is we have been working for the past couple of months in the region to harmonize data governance. And by harmonizing, I mean is we try to support the African Union via a fund from the European Union to see how we can be able to see if every country has some limit of harmonization when it comes to the data policies or data governance, infrastructure, or architecture. So what we'll be discussing about today is to see how our different countries, might be Nigeria, might be Niger, might be Malawi or Egypt, how we can all work together to come to some level of agreement, to some harmonization, or utopia too, sorry. And we will be getting the perspective of everyone. Maybe we'll start by introducing each panelist speaking, and maybe they introduce themselves and then speak about what we understand by how the legislators can also play a role in framing the discourse when it comes to data governance. So how can legislators play the role in helping us harmonize data governance in the region? Maybe we start with Honorable Shaib.
Thank you, Joshua, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu. I chair the Nigerian Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, and also double as the chairman of the West African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, and I'm extremely delighted to be here. I think first and foremost, we also need to recognize the importance of data. Data is the new currency, and data is not only essential for planning purposes, data will also facilitate trade and commerce and industry, not just across Africa, across the globe. Data is also a source of national competitiveness, and it also poses some vulnerability to cybersecurity and those other threats. So data is extremely very important. So when we talk about governance of data, we're not only talking about data protection, about privacy, we're also talking about access to data, and data also for development. And if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, a number of the SDG goals are linked to data. Little wonder then that the Global Data Compact emphasizes the importance of data to the attainment of some of the SDG goals. So if I were to share some of the perspective from Nigeria, for a long time as well, we also didn't have any enabling act for data governance in Nigeria. But luckily enough, last year, about a year ago, we had a new law, Nigeria Data Protection and Privacy Act, that also established a commission and a council for data governance in Nigeria. And part of the process is to create awareness about data governance, to create an enabling environment, and to also build capacity. So part of the things that organization is doing now is to build capacity, not just in public sector, but also in private sector organizations. And as I mentioned earlier on, that has also created the opportunity for our young people to become data protection officers, to be employed, just like we have internal auditors, for them to also be employed in private organization and government organization. Why do we think this is important? This is important because we believe you cannot have a very vibrant and digital economy if you don't take care of two things. Number one, cybersecurity. The number two is data governance. Now, for these two, we already have, as I mentioned earlier on, a Data Governance Act in place that was as recent as about a year ago. And luckily enough, it has also borrowed largely from some of the conventions and some of the protocols, and we benefited from the experiences of other organizations that have had Data Governance Act. The second thing is also that we have a Cyber Security Act also in place. So having put this in place, and we're also complementing these initiatives with capacity building. The next thing we are doing now, and as a bill in National Assembly, is National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill. And the essence of this is to leverage these existing acts and to also encourage digitization of government services. Because we cannot have a very vibrant AI strategy if you also don't have very good data governance platform for it. So we have an act in place. We have both for data governance and cybersecurity. We're moving to create another act for National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill. And why this is important is because if you do not have the legislation in place, the environment will be very fluid, and then there will be uncertainty. What are the challenges that we have seen and which we believe we can also share experiences? I think there's a great deal of cynicism between the civil society more than not and the government. So what we have done is to ensure that citizens generally don't trust the government. They don't trust politicians in particular. And you cannot enact laws that will have wide applicability if you don't carry the stakeholders along with you. So we saw that as a problem. And that's why in all of what we do now, even as we speak now for the National Digital Governance, National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill, we're going around all the 36 states of the Federation. And we are going around getting the stakeholders into a room from the private sector, from the public sector, from the civil society organization, from those that will be impacted with the new law, including organized private sector. So number one is very effective engagement of the stakeholders. The second thing we also see, and I say this with profound respect to some of my colleagues who are legislators, is also the lack of capacity among the legislators. We're extremely very lucky in Nigeria. I chair the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. I am an IT practitioner of over 35 years. My colleague in House of Representatives is also an IT practitioner for over 35 years. So we have brought those skills and expertise into our work. But a number of legislators, most of the time, they also do not have a full appreciation of what they want to legislate on. So they're in a hurry to get as quickly past the process as possible. So the second thing we have also seen is that of capacity building. So what we have done as chairman of the respective committees in the National Assembly is also to build the capacity of our members for them to understand what data governance is all about, what cybersecurity is all about, what impact the artificial intelligence will bring into being. Lastly, it's also ensure that we build a bridge between us, legislators, and the executive arm of government that will implement the law. And about 2 weeks ago, working with the Office of National Security Advisor in Nigeria, as an example, we convey a national cybersecurity workshop. And the essence of that is to let the heads of government agencies to understand what the new law requires of them, and to also let them know that some of the information they keep have become critical national information. And this has been gazetted. So to that extent, both public and private sector organizations, if you are running telcos, your data becomes a critical national information infrastructure. If you're a bank, the customer's database, their financial network becomes critical national information infrastructure. So the role of the legislature in shaping legislation is known, but the way we go about it is what we have tried to. So we have overcome the challenge of ineffective stakeholder engagement. We've spoken about capacity building for legislators, and we have also brought in the executive arm of government, so that we just do not make laws that will be in vain. We make the laws, but those who want to implement the law must fully understand the intent of the legislature and also be on the same page with us. I think I'll stop at that for now.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. I would want to move to David to ask a very important question. Thanks so much, Senator, for giving us the three items we should look at. And we will come to the floor and maybe ask the members of parliament very soon what they also feel like are challenges that is stopping the harmonization. But David, if you can help us with this, for the last couple of months, the team has been working on the harmonization and data governance framework all over the continent. And I want to maybe hear what the challenges have been. And now we have the members of parliament in the house. How can they help out? Most especially looking at the concept of maybe cross-border data flows and maybe digital innovation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. As Joshua had introduced me, I work with him in GIZ as a data policy advisor. And in the data governance initiative in Africa this year, we've made some progress working with national sort of governments, but also worked with a few of regional economic communities, specifically the Economic Community for West African States, ECOWAS, East African Community, EAC, and recently the Southern Africa Development Community as well. And one of the key things that we've been doing and now we want to replicate to other RECs is what we've done in EAC. We've had 3 knowledge exchanges which bring together various stakeholders from the government in terms of ministries, but also from the authorities responsible for data protection, data governance, and everything, to just come together in a region to have these conversations peer-to-peer on what the current processes, what are the current challenges, but also the prospects really of uniting in terms of regulatory environments for cross-border data transfer and everything. And I think what we've learned, one is inadequate sort of level of skills and capacity at member state to really have that like long-term vision in the benefits of really balancing data protection and data governance. However, we find, for example, in some of the regional blocks, EAC, for example, they're keen now on enabling cross-border payments. And I think you can't go to do this in practical until you have the right regulations. And so this limits because, again, not every country has the right sort of minimum adequate sort of conditions and context to have such transfers in place. However, another challenge that we see is that in regimes, most of the countries really focus on data localization. And I think one of the key things we've been trying for almost a year now is really how do we redefine things like sovereignty when it comes to data governance, data protection? How do we learn to just demystify such things? And to do that, we had a delegation visit in September where, together with people from the African Union and regional economic communities, we facilitated a knowledge exchange with their counterparts from European Commission. And what we learned is that as much as, yes, we are maybe on this journey now of domestication and harmonization of the AU data policy framework, we have the digital trade protocol and everything. I think what's critical is really how do we move from protecting data to putting safe conditions so that we can enable secure data transfers and flows, however, also promote investment in infrastructure so that people have the access to data, they can store data, they can use it, and really being empowered to look more at how innovation can really be promoted through data. And these challenges still exist, especially in RECs. And so we hope that through knowledge exchanges and really the work we do with member states and some of these RECs, and hopefully more, is that we'll really bring these voices together from various stakeholders to look at the benefits that we stand to gain. And I think in particular case for SADC, they were really reflecting on how during COVID, they had, I think, a mechanism that allowed truck drivers to really cross borders and share that information across. However, that momentum was lost after the COVID pandemic ended. And so how do we really move ahead despite lack of crisis and everything to really focus on these conversations and enabling such use cases so that eventually our citizens, the regulators and everyone can really see the tangible benefits of such development. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks, David, for the insight on the the work of the team, at least so that it gives an insight to what we're doing in the region and also in terms of cross-border data flows. I will move to Mama Mary, and from the perspective of someone who has been in the space for a very long time, my question to you will be a bit simpler but hard, but is what do you think that we are doing wrong? What do you think we're doing right over time in terms of data governance as a whole, and also maybe in terms of what you have seen in terms of cross-border data flows, in terms of the initiatives also might be good.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. I hope we will not be praying as we go on with this session. And I would like us to be very, very active. Straight to your question, what we have been doing right or what we have been doing wrong. The truth is that I am not sure we have been holding conversation with the right people that do take decision when it comes to either data flow or cross-border data flow, or those that do legislation. Skills, capacity and capacitation is the watchword that we have said, but I don't know how much we have been doing that. Sometimes initiative is established and the programs are run, but I don't know whether we get the right people to be at that program, because you send a memo or an invitation to a country and you discover that probably it goes to the minister, right? The minister would send whoever, especially when it comes to a travel thing, it might not be the right person, the right desk officer that will understand what we are talking about, that will go for that program. At the end of the day, you have spent money, you have spent energy, you have built all sorts of programs and framework you wanted to pass across. And these conversations, these information and messages will not get to where it's supposed to. So we should look at that and think out of the box. Are we really getting the people that are supposed to listen to us in regional initiative or in as a development partner, whether you're getting the right people? That's one bit of it. The second bit of it is that we have individual legislations in our country, and we have our different perspectives. We have our sensitivities, and when we come up with a blanket program or policy, and we develop the AU data protection framework. Who developed the framework? Was it a top-down process or a bottom-up process? And at the end of the day, it will gather dust on our shelves, and the legislators will not be able to pass or domesticate it in our countries. So it becomes a problem. So that's one of the things we need to look at. And I'm happy that we are talking to legislators in Africa, and the buck stops on your table to be able to say we are adopting what AU have developed. We are adopting what West Africa, ECOWAS has adopted. So the regional coordination, the regional alignments are very, very critical. So that when you get back, it will not just be what you don't know it. So, but now you are getting to know. So when you get back to your committees, the committees will be looking at what is it that we can do to be able to make sure that we have these legislations or these policies or this framework adopted in our country. Does it mean it's good for us, or is just for the generality of the people? And as private sector, the private sector people need to trust what you are doing. And when there is no trust, then it becomes a problem, because they are not sure what you want to do. When we wanted to privatize telecom in Nigeria, right? The investors, they were telling us that they want certainty of what they are doing. It's not today you have a legislation or a bill or a regulation. Tomorrow you move the goalposts of the legislation. And this is the trust that the private sector is looking out to, so that whatever piece of legislation or a regulation that is coming out from any country, that they will be able to play without difficulties. They need trust. So I don't know whether we are building that enough trust. And all of a sudden, there was a slam, or was it Google or Meta, that they slammed $200 and something million in Nigeria. For what? Is it something they knew about or something that had just started? And so there are some unintended consequences of such slam, and they may pay it. But the truth is that if it is for a smaller organization, that because you develop a data protection law, that smaller organization is fined 50% or 80% of its profit, then they'll go out of business. So that will be unintended consequences. So we should look at our fine, what's it called, the fine we propose for bridges, and see whether it is commensurate to the bridge or to the what's it called, offense. And when the money is paid, who takes the money? Would we get to the victim, assuming that it was a family or a business or a community that their data was breached? Would the money come back to them? Who would take the money? What do you do with the money? So those are questions that you as legislators, we want to tell you that you look at, these laws we are passing, these when you have fines, when you have what's it called, fines that or levies that you are imposing on bridges, what the other side of the coin, what happens? And again, the business sector want to be sure that when they move from Nigeria to Niger, to Burkina Faso, to South Africa, to Kenya, that they will not start afresh to process, that piece of or the legislation, or having compliance issues. Is there any way that the regional initiatives or national initiative would pair with other? Is there peer review mechanism that we are putting into it so that it will bring businesses to our country? I don't think we want to make legislation to push businesses out of our country. I think we want to make legislation to bring businesses into our country. And if we are going to do that, then we'll look at how do we harmonize, just like GIZ has been doing. How do we harmonize? And how do we incentivize countries to be able to accept this, that is for their own good, and not just that you are dropping it over them? Those are things I can say for now, but I'll still make my interventions. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So I want to maybe now throw the floor a bit open to the members of parliament, and to do two things. One is to maybe hear people who have unique situations or scenarios in their countries in terms of the challenges they face in data governance. Two will be also if you have solutions to some of these issues I think we're having in the region. Might be nice for us to draw some wisdom with you on how we can help bridge this process. I am also not to put it that I'm not promising that we are here to support any country in court, but I would say that we have this open process from our team that is, I can also say again on how we are supporting the continent. As of now, we are open to receiving requests from the ministers of technology or digital economy or communication, sending to the African Union Commission, who is chairing this process, to request for support in the different countries on how they can support them on the data governance architectures they have, might be for development of policies, might be for building of capacities. happy to speak with you. Any of us can speak with you. We have Loretta from our team behind, and we have I and David, and we're still around, and we can speak on how this process works. But the key stuff now is to ask maybe members of parliament what you feel are those challenges that you have in the countries in terms of your data governance framework, and also what solutions you think the region can do. And why I say the region is that it's high time we start speaking on how we can collaborate with our neighbors, because then data is, well, I say is useless if it's less in silos, but if there's the use of data, then it's important, you know. And I feel like cross-border data flows is quite something we have seen that is very important. How, for example, how does Kenya work with Rwanda and Tanzania to use the data that happens between them? How does Malawi work with Zambia and maybe South Africa to use the data? How does Chad and Nigeria? How does Chad and Benin? You know, all the stuff. So we need to talk about collaboration. So the question will be, if anybody who wants to take the floor, feel free, and we speak on what you feel are those issues or challenges that we have, and maybe possible solutions would be very great, so that we can take this down and we can also maybe put an action point to it and see how we can work on them on our different walks of life.
Thank you, Chair, for yielding the floor. I am Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, parliamentarian from Nigeria, also represented in the area, because now we realize that, earlier I said it, fiber alone cannot deliver a data penetration we're looking for in Africa. We have to have a total holistic approach in how we can use satellite to cover the entire Africa, owned by Africa. Again, I'm going to stress that. We would like to have a global collaboration to have satellites in orbit owned by Africa to cover the last mile data penetration in Africa. For example, Nigeria. Nigeria can collaborate with Republic of Benin, Niger, Cameroon, Togo. These are all our neighboring countries. We can come together and have a satellite strategy that will cover the entire, even including Sierra Leone, and cover the entire West Africa. South Africa can do the same thing. We can break them up into our different zones where we know the penetration of Africa, because you said we're going to try to make this affordable for Africa. And in order for it to be affordable, you must and should be owned by Africa. So that collaboration in itself, I believe, would help us with all of the digital penetration across the entire Africa. And with that, when we come back here next year or the year after, because it doesn't take a long time to launch these satellites, but if we can come up with something and then have a white paper or have a media briefing and say, yes, we are going to collaborate, I'm sure Nigeria is ready for the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable John.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think the challenges to mention are challenges that are cross-cutting and challenges that probably will require the collaborations that you're talking about. And the big one for me has to do with what the senator mentioned and what the gracious lady mentioned about capacity. I do not think we have gotten a grasp of how big a capacity problem Africa has. Africa is unique in its history. we have, as a continent, for millennia, known that wisdom, knowledge, technology, and know-how is passed from an older generation to a younger generation. Now we are here in 2024 and finding ourselves in a situation where the young boy is the one teaching the old man how to use the mobile telephone. And that is on the basics only. Now start to imagine about now technology proper. Even just the basics of technology. Electronics, microelectronics, go into now the internet, go into coding. And then finally now we are in this space where we are talking about data, artificial intelligence, language models, and AI systems. You can imagine today in a school somewhere in Nakuru in Kenya, there is a young person who is learning in their curriculum how to sharpen a cooking stick in this day and age. This is a young person who will be facing up against a child from Japan or from China who has started coding at the age of 4, for example. And yet we are saying that we want to be in that future with the Chinas of this world, with the Americas of this world, with the now compound it to the level of decision making. What is that capacity that the member of parliament has, the member of county assembly has in terms of the decisions that need to be made today? And in a situation where we still have the African mindset that I am the one who knows and I should be the one telling the young people, whereas the young people are miles ahead and they're not limited to the parameters that we have always drawn. So we always imagine that a child will know what we train them. Now the child is able to go and get training beyond the family, beyond the school, beyond the social setup. So the capacity problem in Africa is so grand that it might be our first place to start investing in. We've got to imagine to ourselves, if we are talking about the Vision 2063 for Africa, Vision 2030 for Kenya, who is that child that I am producing today to be able to run that eco data center in a few years from today? Today in government, we have bloated governments in Africa. How many of those people in government, in our bureaucracies, in our civil service, can even utilize the basic computer, leave alone make decisions about language models? So capacity needs to be flagged as a key issue in Africa. And then now to find the balance between what we as Africa hold so dear in terms of our values, our ethics, and what we have held on as age-old wisdom, to see where we now balance that with the capacity that we need to build. Solutions. Allow me, if you will, to tell a story. In my gap year, between Form 4 and going to university, I got the opportunity to learn a bit about computers, got my diploma in computing, and then I had to now go to schools and train trainers who can teach the children in those schools. I landed in those schools. I was supposed to train their teachers so that they can teach the children. I was young then, probably the same age as some of the children in high school that time. When I got to that school, because we are thinking it's computers, got the physics teachers, the maths teachers, and got them into a room and started training them on the basics of computers. What we realized is that while the teacher took it as a task, as a chore, the young children were taking it as game, as play. And it did not take weeks for us to realize that these children are learning computers way faster than their teachers will ever do. So I'd been sent there to just teach the teachers so that they can run the center. I ended up staying in that center for 2 years because now I had to train the children, not the teachers. The solution here now is We need to go back to our education system and say to ourselves, what is this that this child is doing in kindergarten? What is this child doing in preschool? What is this child doing in junior high school? And we have to be bold enough to say that we are at a point where it is not the old people writing on a tabula rasa, an empty slate in the next generation. If we do not do that, then we will lose the opportunity, and that child will end up learning beyond the borders of our school, beyond the borders of our family and our society, and that child might end up taking up something that might not be beneficial for Africa, but might end up being detrimental for Africa. So for me, the issue of capacity is mentioned everywhere, but is not taken as seriously as it should. And they say to us, do not tell me what your plans are. Show me your budgets, and I will tell you what your plans are. If we are not investing in training, if we are not investing in capacity building, if we are not bringing up the next generation to do this, we who are seated here are too old already to make the change that we want to make. And I say that with all manner of respect. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thank you for letting us know that we are too old. I'm also very old too. But hoping we can actually make the change. Just to see if there's any more reaction before we. Okay, yes.
Merci beaucoup. Et je voudrais dire que les précédents, les intervenants ont pris en compte déjà dans son entièreté tous les défis et proposé quelques solutions. Mais je reviens sur l'intervention de l'honorable tout à l'heure, juste pour compléter, pour dire le satellite pour l'Afrique est une bonne chose. Et c'est du point de vue satellite lui-même qui va prendre en compte les réalités, n'est-ce pas, africaines. Parce que nous avons les réalités qui ne sont pas forcément prises en compte dans les stratégies développées de l'IA. Alors, il a déjà résumé ce que je vais dire pour dire que nous avons beau tout faire, si l'éducation, la sensibilisation n'est pas prise sérieusement en compte, et nous aurons beaucoup de problèmes. Il a dit que nous sommes déjà une génération très vieille, enfin vieille, et je suis d'accord avec lui, parce qu'au sein même de nos parlements, et très peu de personnes, à part les basics et tout ce que nous pouvons utiliser, le téléphone et autres, mais quand nous voulons aller en profondeur, beaucoup ne sont pas capables de tenir ce rythme-là. Alors, nous avons besoin que les parlements africains se mettent ensemble pour définir le genre d'éducation, de sensibilisation, parce que nous avons dit que la jeunesse aujourd'hui est plus à même, est très avancée, mais croyez-moi, ce n'est pas toute la jeunesse. Lorsque nous prenons, par exemple, la jeunesse, les jeunes ruraux, et qui ne sont pas forcément allés à l'école, mais qui sont aussi intéressés, parce qu'aujourd'hui, le numérique et l'intelligence artificielle sont tels que tout le monde, ça doit impacter tout le monde si nous voulons combattre tous les défis, la cybercriminalité et les avantages également. Alors, je pense que quel est maintenant le mécanisme, parce que nous avons besoin pour ça, en marge des équipements, beaucoup de fonds, c'est-à-dire un budget. Qu'est-ce que les parlements mis ensemble, parce que nous avons besoin que les parlements se mettent ensemble pour cette question-là. Alors, qu'allons-nous faire? Qu'est-ce que les parlements, quelle stratégie adopter pour mettre les stratégies, les parlements ensemble et pour amener nos gouvernants à trouver les fonds nécessaires, à mettre le budget nécessaire à cette question si fondamentale pour le développement, le renforcement et tout ce que nous avons
énumérés comme défis et avantages. Je vous remercie.
Thanks so much, Honorable Sally. I was going to, at some point, say that if we are speaking about capacity building and training the people, and then there's a conversation of being old, I was going to go with the option of, do we want the young people now to come and take over the members of parliament? But then Honorable Adedeji told me the other day that, oh, I saved your name as activist because then you acted as activist. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to go that route today. I would, yes. I was also going to go the route of having Annette speak. And why I before you even raised your hand, I was going to call you out because for the last couple of days, she has been speaking to some of the members of parliament who have been here and trying to do a bit of capacity building that we speak of now. So it might be good to hear from you and maybe the contributions you have.
Thanks for that, Josh. I was going to ask a question, but I must say, I think the members of parliament have a lot of capacity already. Maybe I'm saying that because I'm perhaps even older than most of them. But I think, yes, absolutely, you're right. We had this week as a partnership with the UN Parliamentary Track and with GIZ and others, the African School on Internet Governance, which looks specifically at data governance from the perspective of the African Continental Free Trade Area and how that harmonizes or perhaps does not sufficiently harmonize with the African Union data policy frameworks. And I think it really highlighted some of the issues that emerged here this afternoon, which is how we need access to data, but we also need protection of data. We need data flows, but we also need data localization. And we need human rights protections, but we also need opportunities for investment and trade. And it is indeed complex to manage all of these. I must say my sense of the MPs in the room and also their contribution to the practicum output document that we did, which is guidelines on how to harmonize the AUDPF with the digital protocol. I think the MPs are really well equipped to do this work. And I think their contributions, their analysis, their understanding is, I think, particularly good. So MPs, I don't think you should underestimate your own capacity and your own knowledge. I think I felt that you really grasp some of these complexities. Maybe there are lots of constraints, institutional constraints at the level of the executive. But I feel, my sense certainly is that the MPs are sufficiently empowered, and I think we expect great results from you. But my question was going to be to you, Josh. Now that the Malabo Convention has been ratified, do you feel, have you done, and having worked so closely with the African Union on developing the African Union data policy framework, do you think there's a need to amend Malabo to be more consistent with the African Union data policy framework? Is there a need for harmonization there? Or can they operate in parallel to one another? Because they do also play slightly different roles. So I just wanted to know what the plan is there and where are we going with the Malabo Convention? What do you feel are the next steps that we should be undertaking, either in terms of implementation, domestication, and amendment?
This is where I want to invoke the Chatham House rules, because I said that you asked the question, so I need to answer freely. Adil would have been the best person to answer this question, and he was here this morning. But since he's not here, as their partners, I will try to answer as best as we can. One is the ratification from member states. As of today, there's still low turnout in terms of how many member states that have ratified. I know there's if I use the word a new kid in the block, there's a new country that has just ratified now. And I feel that that has been one of the key conversations since after the AUDPF, where we had a conversation with our partner this year, and the conversation of, is it time now to maybe try to work on amending the Malabo Convention, which the team from the AU is pushing for. I know we did suggest that we keep a hold till sometime around next year, and we can have this conversation again. So I wouldn't say there's a firm conversation of if we're going to start next year, but I know that this is something that everyone is speaking about now. We know about it. We're planning to see what kind of resource we can put into it. But then the key stuff is most of even the MPs in this room, Nigeria specifically, also hasn't ratified. Sorry, honorables, I'm putting you on the spot. Haven't ratified the Malabo Convention. So the question is, what's the probability that when there's a new one, member states will still ratify this? But for the AUDPF, the easiest part of it is because the AUDPF, which is the African Union Data Policy Framework, which is meant to be a guideline for member states on how to set up their data policy act or their strategies. Since it's not a binding document, it gives it has an advantage and also a bit of disadvantage, but it gives people the leeway to choose, what are those things that we want to go with? Do we want to go with sovereignty, as David said in the beginning, or do we want to go with localization, as you said when you're speaking? But as a country, the Malabo Convention will say, oh, let's stick to this as a continent. But the DPF makes it flexible in that scenario. What do you want to build data centers to hold your data, or do you want to put them on the cloud? So the DPF makes it very flexible, and that's why as of today we have somewhere around 13 countries that are currently trying to work on their framework to make it the AUDPF friendly. And as of yesterday, which is where I was coming from this morning, ECOWAS officially now has a new Data Protection Act, Personal Data Protection Act, which will be signed by the members of states next year. It was just validated last week, and it's now in accordance with the recommendations of the AUDPF. EAC now also has a framework that also aligns with the AUDPF, and I think David has been working with SADC now, which will start somewhere around next year, to align that. We are going from the regional perspective, but because it's the DPF, is easy to work with. But the fear also is that, which is a conversation we're having, if we work on the Malabo, what's the possibility that member states will, rectify at this point? But yes, it's a conversation ongoing, and it's something that I think everyone wants to do. I don't know if someone has a reaction.
Well, I'd like to thank you, and I also like to thank the faculty or the Vice Chancellor of African School of Internet Governance for that. Thank you so much for what you have done in the last 1 week. I think we are going in the right direction. For me, what seems to be very obvious to me is that each sub-region seems to be going at a different pace. And I say this with some sense of fulfillment that ECOWAS seems to, more often than not, seems to be ahead. And therefore, my thoughts moving forward, I have about 2 or 3 suggestions. Number one, my first charge will be to my colleague parliamentarians. We're here and we have listened to all that needs to be done. I think when we go back to our various countries, we need to engage the leadership of our various parliaments to make the issue of dialogue governance a priority. It's not sufficient to attend a conference or a program of this nature and then there's no follow-up. For instance, a colleague and myself, we're not only just going to present a report, we are going to move motions. And then that will ensure that data governance and indeed all other issues that we are discussing here receive attention of leadership. And we're also going to ensure that the agency that we supervise their budget for 2025, they prioritize some of these issues. We don't want to come to a conference again and they will lag behind Kenya. No, or Egypt, or South Africa. These are 4 countries in Africa that have made us to be proud, and we want Nigeria to continue to maintain. And I'm using this to also challenge other parliamentarians, either from Malawi to Niger to Zimbabwe. Let's go back home and ensure that we put all of the issues we have learned here on the front burner in our various legislatures. The second thing I also like to suggest to all the partners, APC, GIZ, IGF, let us also begin to identify some oases of excellence. If Kenya is number 1 in terms of the digitization of government processes, let's hold at Kenya. If Nigeria has a more robust cybersecurity act, let's hold at Nigeria. If South Africa has better data protection, data governance acts, let's hold it out. And whatever that does is that it engenders healthy rivalry amongst the nations. And secondly, I would like to see a situation where parliamentarians begin to exchange visits among themselves. Let parliamentarians from Nigeria go to Niger Republic as an example and see what those things they are doing there that we can borrow. Let parliamentarians from Sierra Leone also go to Ghana across there and see what Ghana is doing. Let's begin to have our own continentally developed benchmark or indices that will say that, oh, this country is ahead in this area, and therefore let other countries begin to emulate it. I think that the second point for me that I would like also emphasize. The final one is, it is nice to have this conversation at continental level. Let's go back to our sub-region, but more importantly, let's also go back to our various countries and begin to organize national awareness, national workshops. What are those treaties? What are those conventions that Nigeria has not ratified that we believe it's important to ratify? Let's begin to have some of those issues that are outstanding, that require ratification, whether Malabo Convention, whether Budapest Convention, what are those issues that require the intervention of legislators, that we can put pressure on the executive. So say, we just came back from a program in Addis Ababa, and we understand Nigeria has not ratified this. What is delaying the ratification? Let's begin to have the conversation around that, so that every time we meet, there's a sort of traction, a sort of progress. We can know that, oh, this 13th IGF, we have achieved something better than the 12th IGF. When next we meet at the next IGF, we can begin to report progress. And finally for me from this end, you know, we are politicians and we have an election cycle. And sometimes it's important to work with that election cycle. And I'll give an example. One of my very good friends and brother, as most of you know, is Sam George. Sam George has been very active both in APNIG and WAPNIG. But Sam George is not here today because there's a general election in December in Ghana. And you can only be part member of APNIG or WAPNIG if you are elected. So let us also be very conscious of the electoral cycles in different countries. So whatever we need to push through, when the legislators that are passionate about them are still within the legislature, that is the time I think we can get the very best out of it. Otherwise, you're going to have the same cycle all over again, fresh people coming, trying to understand what the issues are, and before you know it, the election cycle is gone. And it's a matter of brief response. Madam Mary mentioned about the fine imposed on the Charter House or Meta in Nigeria. I won't elaborate except to say it took 38 months before the Federal Consumer Protection Council came to that conclusion. It took 38 months. And we must also be very careful. We must hold the big tech accountable the same way they are accountable with their home countries. They can't come to Nigeria. What did we find in Nigeria? They were using different data protection, data privacy rules in Nigeria, different from what they were doing in Europe. They were appropriating the consumer data the way they will not do so in Europe. It's not only Nigeria that find them. Turkey find them 1.2 billion lira. They were also cautioned in Brazil. And as we speak, they are also under investigation in South Africa. So why we will encourage big tech to come to Africa? They can't come to Africa and begin to use different rules of engagement, different from what they would use in their country. We want to welcome them. We want to welcome their business, and we want to collaborate with them. But they must also respect the sovereignty and to also ensure that the same rules of engagement that they apply in their home countries are also applicable in Nigeria. Parliamentarian jobs are called out for us. And I think when we go back home, let's begin to move from initiative to finitiative.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. And I think when you touched on knowledge exchanges, I just wanted to sort of bring this to highlight. So on top of having knowledge exchanges in EAC, where we really value the sort of safe space for conversations. We're also looking to do the same in ECOWAS and SADC. However, we also have another format of knowledge exchanges, which just started this month. So they're virtual, and we'll do them on quarterly basis on these topics that we really need to understand. So the first one was on really understanding data localization and data sovereignty. And I think it went for about 2 hours. I think we came with sort of a better understanding, and these are things that we're really happy to sort of still bring together various people so that we can really move ahead in these conversations and build each other in terms of sharing knowledge, perspectives, and really knowing concretely where we're heading. But also we have now supported an organization called Digital Impact Alliance, where they have a program called Africa Data Leadership Initiative. Other partners as well are supporting them. And what they do really is they invite countries into cohorts. And a particular cohort from a country will comprise of people from the public sector, from the private sector, from the CSO and local tech sector in that particular country. And normally it's about 5 to 6 countries. And they go through the journey together of really, it's based on EU data policy framework, but also really looking at topical issues, cross-border data transfers and things like that, especially in the wake of now of digital trade. And we know all the annexures that are being developed at the moment. So really talking, or rather, having these conversations at a very safe space to share knowledge, and normally pairing countries that are way ahead in terms of this journey, but also those that are really embarking on it now and maybe somewhere midway, so that there's a good mix as well of peers who come in to learn together. So some of these are some of the formats that we really do in terms of knowledge exchange, and we hope to still continue to do them. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe ask for last word from Mary, since everyone has given the last words. I promised Selena I was going to be done by 5:20, so I want to keep to it. So maybe 1 minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your great contributions. I can see that we're interested in capacity development, catch them young, since we have the young population in Africa. Let's change our school curriculum. That's what I heard from the Kenya. And I want to say that if the Africa Free Trade Processes Initiative would succeed in Africa, succeed for us, we need to look at our data protection, our data cross-border data flow, because Conga is from Nigeria, is a Nigerian business, and if he has a business here in Ethiopia, I think he should be able to have data flow from Nigeria to Ethiopia and vice versa. And we just have to do something about it. And I also want to toe the line that the senator has said. Please, when we get to our national, our countries, if you need us to have a webinar or a national something that we can do on a quarterly basis on capacity building, to make sure that you who have received the information training from the prof Harriet, then you become the prof in your country to train others. The members of your committee, both in Nigeria, we have two houses, so 2 of them come together if we want to do it on quarterly basis or on half-yearly basis, so that by the time we come back next year, we would have had something to report on. And we want to report on something by next year. And if you need the I think GIZ, if I'm not speaking for you, there are partners that will be able to help. So let those partners, I know that you don't have all the resources, but I would also encourage you, when you are drawing your budget for 2025, if you have not done that, or 2026, please bear in mind that you need to build the capacity of yourself, the people you work with in your community, in your committees. And again, please employ the young people, the smart ones. Let them do the research for you. Put a budget for them to do research for you on this. And then when we do this training, I think we should become a group or alliance or coalition that will be the mouthpiece, will be the evangelist for other countries that have not come to receive this knowledge I think the IPU or in the African Parliamentarian Union. So this information will spread. And as it continues to spread, I can see that whenever there's a regional or sub-regional or continental convention or policy or framework, it will be easier to have it accepted and domesticated than just few people. So let's train more people, because this is not all that we have in Africa. We have more than this in Africa. Let it go around so that we have something growing and brewing. We cannot run away from it. It is here, and it is staring us in the face that we just have to do it. We have to upskill our people, not only the committee members, but the executive as well. We need to upskill them. So if we are going to grade them, we can grade the desk, the managers, and the directors. So in that way, that would bring to bear what we have been learning and what the information we have to help us do our legislative duties when we get back to our chambers. And I just want to thank those of you that have been consistent, and we want this consistency to continue, and we want to see that you get back to us anytime, not only when it's Africa IGF, then we know we'll see you people. Let's get together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to maybe recap what we have discussed about, so that it forms some part of recommendations that we also can take back home and maybe recap within ourselves. Honorable John spoke about building capacity, that if Africa wants to compete globally, it needs to build the capacity. Honorable Adeji spoke about the fact that, satellite needs to be a basis if we want connectivity to go around the continent, and feeling that fiber optics won't do the job all throughout. We had an intervention on building capacity in the local system using the train-the-trainer program. And then we have this having sub-regional and regional workshop. What I can tell you on this is, as GIZ, we are committed to help at any way we can. We're around, and also it's good that everyone who needs capacity building in your parliament, you can always speak to Anriette before she runs away. That way she can also have it in the plan for the school, not just for the school. I feel it's something we can also work on together in a way where we can train the members of parliament, on a local basis that we feel that needs this kind of training as much as we can within our TEIs. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to us speak today, and do have a nice day. Thank you to the panelists also.
Thank you very much to the last panel. And I wanted to sincerely thank also the GIZ for all the support that they are actually providing to the parliamentary track. Without you, it wouldn't be possible to organize this in such a manner. I will not keep you any longer. If the technical team could support with sharing very few slides that I still have on my computer. You have it on your screen. So today is the last session of the regional parliamentary track alongside the African IGF. We're still meeting for a session together with youth tomorrow in conference room 3 at 9 in the morning, shortly before the actual opening of the African IGF. But before letting you go for tonight, I just wanted to give you a short intro, let's say, of what to expect at the global IGF this year. So as you know, we do have various regional IGF parliamentary tracks. We've met at the West African IGF in Dakar earlier this year. Now we're convening at the African IGF. Besides these activities, our secretariat is actually also organizing some others at the Asia Pacific one, Central Asia, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And just by the way, while these are regional parliamentary tracks, it does not mean that it is only for members of parliaments from, let's say, the Asia Pacific. We do also encourage members of parliaments to also join the other continental parliamentary tracks, because it is a very interesting, experience to do, also to meet the other continents. When it comes now to the annual parliamentary track, we do officially co-organize with the Interparliamentary Union, and we do expect this year over 100 members of parliament from all over the world to join us. And besides the official co-organization with the Interparliamentary Union, we're also doing it with the Saudi Shura Council. About the IGF 2024 in general, it will take place from the 15th to the 19th of December. We do expect over 5,000 participants, nearly 4,000 already registered. There's always a peak shortly before the conference. We do have a pretty dense schedule with over 300 sessions. Sessions organized by so many different stakeholders on the overarching topic of building our multi-stakeholder digital future. But topics will also include innovation and balancing risks in the digital space, human rights, the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability, and last but not least, improving digital governance for the internet we want. And while the whole week of the IGF will be from the 15th to the 19th of December, we have dedicated sessions comparable to the ones that we did this today on the 16th and on the 17th of December with a roundtable discussion in the plenary hall on the 18th of December. And here, just to give you a better overview of what to expect, I highlighted a few sessions of our parliamentary track. For example, a dialogue with Maria Ressa on global cooperation. She is the Nobel Peace Prize winner from 2021 and our IGF leadership panel co-chair. Other than that, there will be a briefing of the high-level representatives of the United Nations. For example, key actors in the Global Digital Compact, the Undersecretary General Amandeep Gill will join us for a short briefing, and same goes for the representative who will provide some more information on the upcoming World Summit on the Information Society review process, something happening this year, 2025. All these activities that we've had at the regional activities, at the regional IGFs, we want to feed in discussions into the global narrative. And this is why we have also a dedicated session for the members of parliaments coming and who attended also the various regional IGFs. And we want to hear what their priorities in the digital sphere are. And we also have, besides the main topic of digital cooperation, we will also have more substantive sessions. Here is an example of collaborative approaches to address online harms. With a multi-stakeholder panel, we will, for example, have the FBI represented. And then also, for example, someone from the technical community who will just show how to also have a more collaborative approach when addressing a certain issue, in that case, online harms. And you may perhaps wonder why to participate at the IGF. Enjoy the African IGF for the next 2 days. You can see for yourself what you can get, the networking that you can have with other people, meeting experts, exchange with fellow parliamentarians, engage with all types of stakeholders, and last but not least, create networks. As we've seen, for example, the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, or the West African one that has been created earlier this year in Dakar. And besides having this interparliamentary cooperation, we also use the IGF as a platform to be involved in other international intergovernmental processes, such as the Global Digital Compact or the WSIS Plus 20 review, which will be key not only for you, but also for us, the United Nations. So I'll stop it here, and perhaps few other words about tomorrow. We will have our session with the youth tomorrow in conference room 3 at 9 in the morning. And then we would encourage you to look at the program of the African IGF, to participate in the sessions of your choice, of your interest. And the official opening ceremony of the African IGF will be at, if I'm not mistaken, at 11 tomorrow morning. If you have any questions, we're still here. We're happy to support, and we truly hope that you enjoyed today's sessions. It is just the start, and you have 2 other days to network, mingle, and get to know other people. Thank you so much. And perhaps before I forget, we wanted to take official pictures of the whole parliamentarians exactly at the front of the room. Thank you so much.